From the Lodge Mahal in beautiful Round Rock, Texas, and now the 5th largest poker room on the planet. Welcome to the Lodge Live. My name is Slick Rick, along with my partner each and every week, Skull Mike. And Skull Mike, we are fresh off a beautiful dinner provided by Tennessee Chad. Thank you, Tennessee Chad. Eddie V's was delightful last night.
That was so good. I'm still kind of full from last night, but I just ordered more food. And Rick, I don't know about that intro. And now the 5th largest room in all the land.
On the planet.
When are you going to move on from that one?
I'm proud. I'm proud.
You know, you got to have a little more excitement in the voice, you know, like the old school ways.
Well, speaking of
Welcome
old school,
to Poker Night at the Lodge.
We're going to have exciting news here in a minute, but tell us who's playing today. We got our old friend Mariano in the house.
A good game this afternoon. A little high stakes on a Friday. Mariano, fresh from California, arrives, lands at the airport. Doesn't even go check into his hotel. Doesn't even go get any food. He comes right to the lodge. He's buying in for $50,000 in the 1 seat. Pier going to be in the 2 seat, coming in for $50,000. Panther Sam in the 3 seat, a rookie on the stream, coming in for $10K. You see Mariano arriving. Doug Polk's going to be in the 4 seat, coming in for $69,000.
Interesting number.
I said, Rick, Doug, you don't want to add on 1,000? He says, no, I just have $69,000 in chips. I didn't argue with the man. It's $69,000. A rookie on the stream will be Richard, right to Doug's left.
From Philly.
Coming in for $15K. Ethan 2.0 coming in for $8,800. Jake Abdallah, the snake, coming in for $10,000. And then Slicer will round out the table, coming in for $15,000. Should be an exciting couple days of streams today and tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss either, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream today.
So our first hand is underway, and 933 already in the chat, just chomping at the bit for this game. There's Mariano, our friend, fresh from L.A.
Let's just get it out of the way real quick, just one time real quick. What's the sandwich count at?
0.0.
Should I fix you some sandwiches?
It's back, folks. You wanted it. You got it. The soundboard is back. That's the surprise, folks.
Mariano wakes up with the jiggities. Hasn't even had all his chips delivered. And he's going to juice it on up to 150.
Out of the gate here, guys. Stop.
Back over to Richard with the aces. So we've got a big hand brewing. We might have a sandwich bet for the first hand of the day. Aces versus the jiggity.
I'll take aces.
All right, let's see. Big raise from Richard.
Oh, Mixon Poker says he's bringing ribs tomorrow. He's bringing ribs tomorrow.
Oh, beautiful.
3 bets to 800. Mariano makes the call, so exchanging his pleasantries with the man that he's involved in the hand with. Aces in the lead, but Mariano an overpair as well. So right out of the gates, we are rolling, ladies and gentlemen.
Pierre, you're 250. Oh. So what did I do?
Remember, Mixon, special plate for me. $250.
Guess I'm not eating lunch tomorrow. It's official.
Richard makes it 600. Over to Mariano on a 10-high board with the jiggities.
Knows nothing about Richard Mariano. They've never played together, but although Richard was quite shocked about how deep the stacks were today. He says, wow, this game's a lot bigger than I expected. So I imagine Richard's going to be a little bit on the tighter side, but with aces, not afraid, fires in some money. Mariano's still coming along. Now another 10 on the turn, 10 of hearts.
Only looking for the jack of hearts is the only thing that's available for Mariano.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right, it's a tough one.
Well, so far, we have a winner and a loser here at No Limit at the Lodge, and that can change today.
Richard checks it on over here, and Mariano reaching for chips, probably thinking that he's got the best hand.
I really am. From minus 25 to 25. Slash, I was looking at like my game log. It's a lot of wins.
900's about 1/3 pot. Richard going nowhere for that price, but
You did pretty well.
makes the call.
Big game.
What's up?
Not quite sure how many bullets Richard has. You don't want to get too touched up on your first hand on the live stream, but he's got to feel confident in his holdings right now. It goes check, check, and Richard's going to win about 5K.
There you go. Lisa is in the box, the great Lisa, and we're going to set the overtime number right now after I read a super chat from Tom Meany.
Tom who?
Get in there.
Meany.
I would have been getting the.
Well, yeah, I mean, Tom what?
Tom Foolery. Tom D's nuts.
Tom who?
Meany is a terrible poker player. So here we go, folks. The overtime number for today, on or before 6:30. Remember, chat always decides whether we go into overtime or not. We're going to go with 1,750 likes on or before 6:30. That is a quality number on a Friday afternoon.
1750?
1,750
The small stakes when I.
on or before.
It's generous.
It's generous. We already have 1,400 in the
Yeah,
chat.
I mean, you could have done a little better than that.
1,750.
How about 1755?
1,755.
Let's add a little 5 extra.
All right, 1,755.
I think we're playing straight up, boys. No incentives are on. I'm sure the stand-up game or what's up will get into play here shortly. Doug on the button, Big Slick. Is going to 3-bet to 500. Mariano not willing to battle with that one. Queen 10 off goes to the muck.
So we're going to add another little feature today, the MVC, the Most Valuable Chatter Award. You don't win a prize, you just get recognition and
Can be bribed
street cred
as well, though. If super chats are involved, I'm just
it
saying,
could, it could.
it checks a box.
There's no scientific
You got to be polite.
checklist.
You got to be polite.
You got to be polite.
You
got
can't
to
be put in
participate.
timeout. You can't be put in timeout.
And you got to participate. Most Valuable Chatter.
You got to be witty. You got to bring a friend into the chat. So a couple stipulations.
So that is what you're shooting for today. Most Valuable Chatter Award at the end of the show. Skull will have a vote. I will have a vote. Kings for Panther Sam. Where's Panther Sam from?
Panther Sam, not 100% sure where he's from, actually, but he's got pocket kings.
If you know where Panther Sam is from in the chat, let us know.
All right, leave.
He's here.
He is now in.
He's involved. He's active. I'll take kings. You take deuces?
All right. No sandwich.
Seat open.
4 of hearts here. So now flush draw to go along with a pair of 5s for Slicer, but still behind the kings from Panther Sam. Also spades involved for Richard. So a little sum-sum for these 4 gentlemen.
So, like 5-ish times a week, I do an hour cardio in the morning. At your house or something? Yeah, so I'll do like an hour where it's like me and an incline walk, and I'll mix in some air bike. So I'll do like
Doug talking about his fitness, his cardio. How many times a week does he do cardio?
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing that every day, so it's definitely gonna work.
For my peak, I've lost 40, but I'm down like 2 pounds.
11 minutes into the broadcast, and Rick's already lost in chat. You get that look in your eye, and you just get hypnotized.
So 2 flush draws.
Are you on track?
Richard already active early.
I mean, he's got playable holdings for sure, and now he's got the flush. Gets there. Board has paired.
You already look like you're 14%.
Richard's saying, boy, I never run this good. All it takes is for me to show up at the lodge, get my membership, head to table 11.
Under the lights.
And it's that easy. Another 5K coming my way.
What would you guess?
I would say like 24.
Slicer has some showdown value. He checks it on over. The action is on Richard.
No, it's about as hard as I thought. It's a lot of it's just like a big thing is like when I wake up, I just go do cardio.
A milky 2200, a little less than a half pot. Probably targeting an ace.
And I don't even think about like having cardio. I have to go to the gym. You just
But
do it.
Slicer does not have an ace, only 9s and 5s. And he lays it down.
I want to give a special shout out to Derek Lawler's young daughter, Reagan. She did a Slick Rick impersonation, and he sent it to me, and it's on my Instagram at Slick Rick Lodge. Check it out. Young Reagan Lawler, congratulations. She's the hit of her second grade class, saying, "Under the lights."
Are you counting calories too?
I have a chef. Basically.
Apologies.
Except for
I'll just speak to your assistant about it.
a better chef. Except today, apparently. Not counting calories today.
Okay.
You open it with the peanut butter whiskey.
Jake with the big slick and the cool shades.
What's that one called again? The whiskey?
I don't know.
Screwball.
It's really good. Have you had some before?
Yeah, I have.
It's really good.
$8.25 is the bet with big slick over to Pier.
The first time I had it was like similar to, I guess, your experience where someone just sort of gave it to me and was like, try this.
Pier with the 7-5 off, and he's looking to defend here, so a very disguised 7-5 off will not be pushed around. Makes the call. Cards are live. Let's see if Pierre can connect on this community flop.
I live in Southern California.
Okay, cool.
Yes, indeed. Binks a 7 here. Bottom pair.
Proper LA, little suburban city.
Gut shot to Broadway with some overs for Jake, so
Have you ever been to
let's see what happens.
We have. Okay, so it's
Pierre in position. Jake from the small blind pot at 1,800, and he's going for a C bet. Looks to be about 600, 1/3 pot or so. 700 it is.
Another jacket on, and I drove the 2.5 hours down to Morongo to play some 2-5.
from where?
Lego Boss.
Quick call from Pierre.
I lived outside Oak City.
Oh, okay.
I lived there before.
And now it's 2 pair
Yeah. So then you know
for
exactly
Pierre. Jake with the heart redraw, King of Hearts. Slows down, checks it on over. Pierre will be firing. Don't think he's going to elect for any pot control here. He knows he's got the best hand.
On go.
It's great, yeah.
Like,
Probably go for about half pot or so, 1,800, something like that.
Makes it 1,000.
A little less.
We'll tell you the chip values in a minute. Jake is going to, let's see what he's going to do.
I think for 1,000 he's going to come along here.
He
Makes a
does.
call.
Lisa will give us the river. Jake looking for a heart.
Not really the card that Pierre wanted to see, as his 2 pair could be counterfeited a number of different ways, but he's got the best hand. Imagine this is going to go check, check. Don't see Pierre blasting off here.
So you live in Austin now, right? Properly. Okay, how do you like it?
See Pierre processing what he's up against. Maybe he needs to turn this now into a bluff, but I think he's going to slow down and just see what Jake's playing here early on in the session. Let's see. Taking a lot of time here, so once he starts thinking this long,
Yeah. Do people ask
might indeed fire in a bet here.
yeah. I do go to those spots. I would like Terry Black's.
Yeah.
It's great. I mean, I know it's like touristy, but I think it's the best one. I need to go to Love Barbecue. That one's really highly rated.
What is it?
Love Barbecue.
Oh, okay.
That one's really highly rated.
Today, Junior!
All in from Pierre.
Interesting. Rips it all
First time I
you can eat here with just 7-5
ever
off.
landed in Austin, I was like, I want to try barbecue. Never
Jake thinking about it.
First time I ever landed here, I was like, I want to try barbecue. So I just typed in barbecue and I went to, what is it, Terry Black's, right? And it was amazing. And I came here right after and I was like, have you guys heard of Terry Black's? Like, that spot's awesome. Everyone's like, shut the fuck up. We know what that is.
There's like a little bit of like a people want to be hipster at barbecue, and it's just like you're like, oh, I like Terry Black. It's like cool. You know?
Oh, that's
Mine is a little suspect here, but I don't think Jake's going to be the hero that the chat needs and call off his entire stack with
yeah,
ace high.
My favorite barbecue, and then like some place that like people have been to twice, you know. Hey, we're not mic'd up here. It's gonna get stuck to start off. That's kinda cool.
Makes the call.
Wow.
Makes the call, the hero call, calls off 7K.
No, what?
Jake is going to buy in for another 10K or more.
Table is stunned. I'm quite stunned. Chat is stunned. All of a sudden, a 20K pot. Pierre thinking that his 2-pair got counterfeited. Imagine turning the, I don't think he was going for value there. I think that was a bluff. Not quite sure what that was, but regardless, it's a 20K pot, and Pierre now up 10K, just like that, and Jake going into the bag for the reload.
There you see the cumulative winnings. Folks, now's a good time. We're 2,100 in the live chat. Let us know where you're watching from. We always like to know where you're tuning into our show. We're on every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, except for next week. Next week, if you are a tournament aficionado, if you like the tournament streams, next week is your time. On Tuesday at 2:30 p.m. Central, we will stream the final table of the main event. $3,000 buy-in of the Lodge Championship Series, guaranteed $2 million in the prize pool. It is going on right now as we speak, and we will stream the final 6 folks will make it to the main event on Tuesday, 2:30 p.m. Central. We will not have a stream on Wednesday.
300.
You know what? I like your monsters.
I don't know what just happened. Do you know what just happened?
What happened?
That's right.
Jake just torched $10,000.
Yeah. Jake got a privilege of playing with Jake, Brad.
Did he donate money to you like he just did to Pierre?
Not as much. Jake, Brad, and Doug were playing a mixed game. I sat down, Slick Rick. It got to no limit hold'em in the mixed game, and I said, what the hell am I doing on this table? I'm sitting down with Doug Polk, Brad Owen, and Jake Abdallah. What am I doing here? I held my own. I won 400. Pocket change for, most folks, but it's a good win. I've had a good week, Skull Mike.
We know.
We know.
Everybody in chat knows enough. You're going to piss off the poker gods.
I'm just getting to know the poker gods. 700 is the raise from Pier with Queen 10 suited. And he'll go heads up with Panther Sam with Ace Jack. Flop, there's the ace for Panther.
C-bet gets it done there from Panther Sam. Pierre not willing to battle with the Queen High this go around.
Philippines in the house. Germany is in the house.
Yeah, the Frank game yesterday was
Long Island, California, Wyoming. Haven't had too many from Wyoming. Arkansas.
And we played
South Africa, London, Kansas City. Thank you all for tuning in once again.
It's like a guy plays sometimes.
Yes, thank you, Yoda, for that.
And I was like, not really, but you come down, maybe something will run. Yeah. And then someone sounds like heads up PLO, so I battle some PLO, then choose a ring, then people start sitting, then Frank sits. Frank is like wearing a beer box as a helmet. I said, why do you have a beer box on your head? He said, it's a helmet. I said, I'm sorry. That was the end of the conversation. There was no follow-up. It was just clearly, it was like this. Later in the day, he started calling it a box. I said, that's fucking bullshit. The helmet, Frank. It's a helmet.
EFAN 2.0 here, 3-betting 700, King Queen.
It was like taped this way, like a chin strap, right?
Yeah, it was really good.
Richard's going to come along here with his suited Broadway. Queen Jack, dominated, but has some life. 665. EFAN reaching for chips, goes for the C-bet. And this should shut things down. Don't see Richard getting out of line here. I think he's going to lay it down.
Incredible hands. I mean, the 8-5.
So, folks,
EFAN, a.k.a. McLovin, 2.2.
So, folks, the Lodge Championship Series, the inaugural Lodge Championship Series, coming down to the last few days. We got Several more flights of the main event. Another one, right now there's an 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. flight today. You can get in. It's a $3,000 buy-in, $2 million guarantee. You get 50,000 chips, 50-minute levels, so a lot of play. 2 flights on Saturday, 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Then you'll have the ladies event is Sunday, $300 buy-in, $30,000 guarantee, 20,000 chips, 30-minute levels. And then the No Limit Turbo event on Sunday evening, $1,000 buy-in, $100K guarantee on that one. So coming down to the last of it, and we've had one heck of a inaugural Lodge Championship Series. So many people in from all over the country and all over the world. Panther Sam raises 3 1/4. Doug looks down at the ladies.
Well, that's why you can't just like total around. Raise.
Raise 1,000.
Come on.
Doug,
Make a move.
I made it loose over.
Yeah.
wondering why he didn't get any action, shows the queens to everyone. Slick Rick Skull Mike, and we're going to have a special guest maybe a little bit later. We're going to try to wrangle Brad Owen into the bunker a little bit later. Say hello. Just confirmed that Andrew Nimi will be my co-commentator on the final table on Tuesday. Skull Mike's going to be on the road. So Andrew Nimi and Slick Rick will be commentating for the main event final table Tuesday. That's a special Tuesday stream, 2:30 p.m. Central Time.
He did not. He had a little something going for a while though. The 8-5 hand was.
My goodness, what did you get there, Skull Mike?
When you start 4-betting
A little
flops,
meatball sandwich?
showing one of your cards, and that card doesn't interact with the flop.
Oh my God.
That's ambitious.
You're getting into tough territory there.
Dang.
Who challenged you?
On to the next hand.
The guy was like,
Mariano, our good friend. You might have seen him last night
we only played like.
on the YouTube land.
Okay.
Did rather well. Holy moly, that looks like a good sandwich, Skull Mike.
Casino or Carter.
Or Carter.
Were you there that time years ago they did spread 2+2?
Lodge has been a happening place these last few weeks. It always is, but during the series, it's just been electric. Doug on the button, folds his Jack 7. Over to EFAN 2.0, he'll let it go. And Jake with the Jack 7 offsuit will take it down.
A part of important information that should be confidential.
Rattle top.
You're really opening yourself up for some problems when you do that.
The lodge located in Round Rock, Texas, the largest suburb of Austin. If you're coming in, you'd fly into Austin Bergstrom International Airport, get into a taxi or Uber, tell them to take you to the lodge. It's about a 25, 30-minute drive, depending on traffic, from the airport. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Have to be a member. Weekly, monthly, or annual membership fees, and then it's just $10 an hour to play cash. Tournament's a little bit different. You pay whatever the entry fee is and the buy-in. No hourly fee for the tournaments. Richard again with another playable hand. The double nickel makes it 250 on the button.
Mariano. What is it? Sam. Nice to meet you,
They try like 12, I'm really doubt it.
maybe even 13. Say again? Did you play the tournament? Nah, dude, I flew in like an hour ago. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, shit.
Doug's going to come along. That's Slicer 3-bet to 1,100 with ace queen off. Doug with Jack 10 suited. Here's the flop. Ace 10 4.
Same for the weekend? Yeah, I think
Pair of aces for Slicer. Pair of 10s backdoor flush for Doug.
Is that what you're asking?
1,600. Let's listen in.
Cookie dough now. We're good. Brad. Hello. Good, all right. How are you? Thanks, man. I thought you were going to be in here today.
2 players.
Heads
Okay,
up,
cool.
Doug.
All right, man. Well, good to see you.
There's a queen. Little gut shot for Doug. Adds a few outs. Looking for a 10 or a king.
Have you been over here from here, right?
Okay.
Top 2 for Slicer.
Gotcha.
Action on Doug, pair of 10s. King for Broadway, and he's reaching for chips, a healthy bet.
That is 3,100.
Baskin Robbins, 3,100.
3,100. How's Slicer going to play this? He's never folding, getting away from top 2, of course. I think he'll just probably rip it all in right here. Charge a couple of draws, diamonds. Nope, reaching for calling chips, makes the call. Thought he might try and get after it, play for it all, and there's a jack. Diamonds get there. Plenty of stuff gets there on the river. A brutal river card, but top 2 still good.
But 2 pair now for Doug.
I think I'm gonna go check. You know Doug has 2 pair here. Will he rip it all in for the remaining 7,000? No, it goes check.
So Slicer's going to take that one down. Nice pot. On to the next one. Got some pretty famous people in the lodge yesterday and today. The lodge live. Pierre's up 9,100 in our cumulative winnings, and Jake down 9,800. Saw a little Chance Corniff out there yesterday. Alex Foxen. Ton of tournament crushers in the house, playing the Lodge Championship Series right before they all probably caravan to Vegas for the WSOP coming up. A shout out to Notorious TJ, working hard. He is actually working here for Poker News. Saw him yesterday and I said, oh, did you get the day off? No, he said, I worked 12 hours. Now it's time for me to play cards. So he spent the entire day and night here at the lodge, Notorious TJ, our good friend. Mixing it up, if you truly are bringing ribs tomorrow, can you give us an ETA so we know what and what not to eat tomorrow in preparation for our personal plate of ribs?
It's 250.
Doug's going to take down another pot. Speaking of Doug, and we got a question about the Jungle Man. Doug, as of right now, it's tentatively set for the 3rd of June. That is the time that is now on the hit list. Jungleman had to back out of the 28th for personal reasons, but the 3rd of June, that's a Friday, and Doug will be playing Jungleman 100-200 unless something changes. Want to play on the Lodge live stream? There's how you do it. Go to thelodgepokerclub.com/livestream, fill out the questionnaire, or contact Skull Mike directly on his Instagram or Twitter at Skull Mike Poker.
I can have some of this whiskey. Yeah.
Maybe like a chip render.
Okay, so Mixon's going to try to bring him at 2 p.m. tomorrow, right before stream. If you don't know it, folks, our own Mixing It Up, you've seen him on the Lodge live stream many, many times. Great poker player, but maybe better or as good. We call him the Pitmaster General. He does wonders with barbecue.
Lowest effort way to lose
and he's bringing his world famous pork ribs tomorrow.
Price and see it go down, and I'm like, okay, guess that is what it is. Yeah.
Straddle
If I had to,
100.
like, describe the utility and how it all works. It'd be like,
What do we want, guys? White claws, some beers, stuff like that.
yeah, that's cool.
Overtime number today is 1,755 likes on or before 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Another exactly 3 hours from now.
A little liquid death, pretty fun.
You decide whether you want to have overtime. And on this game, I would be shocked if we don't get to overtime.
I think just some beers and white claws. How many should we get? Who's drinking? 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 Okay, we have 7 people drinking, so probably like.
I'll say
a good.
I like where your head's at.
long stream.
Look at Poobah going for the drink order right here.
There he is, Joe Strazera, the general manager of the Lodge Mahal, extraordinaire. He does it all, including White Claw order.
And apparently Blue Moons, too.
We should have like a string band.
Live oak, is that? I think Modelo and live oak is good.
Good question, Michael. The new studio, when it's finally being built, will there be room for spectators?
There should be.
There should be. I'd like a little grandstand.
All right, then just Blue Moon then?
Good question there, Michael.
Yeah, we'll flip for that in a second.
You can do the cards again.
They'll flip for that in a second. They're deciding on who's going to pay for the alcohol. Yeah, we'll flip for it here in just a second. After this hand, we'll flip for it. Pooh, you can just hang tight.
Doug will win another hand. Go on to the next one. So the main event still has a few flights tomorrow if you want to come to Austin. 1 tonight at 5 p.m. and then 2 more tomorrow, 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Ladies event on Sunday. Get here at noon, ladies. $300
You want to
buy-in,
run the card for the
30K
You going to dress
guaranteed.
up and enter that
like we did
event?
for the
No, absolutely not. Let the ladies have their day.
yeah.
And then finally on Sunday evening, the $1,000 turbo, 6 p.m. 100K guaranteed as we wave goodbye to everybody in the final event, even though the main event will be still going on. But you can't enter it any longer at that point.
Is there a pink chip over there? Okay.
Pocket queens for Pierre, and now he just flats the raise from Jake. So Pierre really mixing up his game today. And Doug's going to seize the opportunity from the small blind, the 3-bet to 1,200. And how's Pierre going to play this now? Just going to flat that one as well? Yes, indeed. So a very disguised pair of queens for Pierre. Heads up to a flop between Doug and Pierre. King high. Not really the flop that either player wanted to see. Check, check. Nothing really going on here for Doug. A 3-bet check lead turn line would seem a little suspicious. Pierre going nowhere, whatever Doug bets. $1,800. Pierre will take his time and make a call, and then the real decision will be here on the river. We'll see what Doug makes it here. I imagine if he's firing in chips here on the turn, he's going to fire another bullet here on this river no matter what it is. Jack of diamonds. Ace queen gets there, but Pierre blocking ace queen. Not worried about that. 6.4. What's Doug going to make this? Maybe like 5,000? 5,200? Something like that? Or will he wave the white flag and surrender? It's not really in his blood. Not Mr. Polk's nature. And he is reaching for some bubble gum. Goes for $6,000. And Pierre will take his time, but I don't see him ever folding here. He's going to make the call, and he's going to win himself $18,000. plenty of draws missed. This was a 3-bet pot. Check on the flop. Pier going through all this in his head, gives a quick little glance over to Doug. Then he's going to make that call, Ricky. You better bet your sweet cheeks he's going to be making this call, Rick. Looking a little perplexed, though, in his facial expressions. Doug looking like a statue.
That piece of bubble gum Doug put out there, that's $5,000 chip, folks, along with the bananas. Yellow one is at $1,000. Purple chips are $500, black chips $100, green chips $25.
The longer Pierre takes, I'm getting a little worried here that he's really contemplating a fold.
Reaching for chips. Oh.
Never ever raising here. It's a call or a fold from Pierre, and he's in the tank.
Today, Junior?
He makes the call.
You win.
Doug shows ace high.
Nice call there from Pierre. You thought he'd figure it out a little bit sooner, but ends up clicking the right button, makes the call. $18,000 for Pierre.
$3,000 in the live chat right now. Thank you all for joining us. We always appreciate it. And we have a total of 469 likes so far. 39 minutes into the program. We need 1,755
we're not actually getting a taser when I bluff.
on it before 6:30 to give us overtime. We'll get
You have
there.
to really feel confident when you run it.
I actually should have just done it and not warned you. I thought you wanted me to tease you.
The lawsuit will be pending.
No, come on, for the views.
Oh, sorry. The viewership is good. Never mind.
Looks like we got a $100 straddle.
Raise 300.
300 is the raise for Mariano with Queen Jack suited.
Call.
I'm not familiar with the three that you're up to. Doesn't ring any bells.
King deuce 7, Skittles. Player with anything of that.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about some other games. We haven't.
We're not playing, right?
No.
Okay, good. So you didn't swap two picks. All right,
All right,
gotta
so
help
guys
me
wanna
out
do
with
some of
some
those
of
other
these.
side games.
What
Like,
is
I like
that?
small
What did you?
blind
Oh,
betting.
I thought you ordered me a sandwich too. Oh, that's garlic bread.
Button always puts like a.
My
in this game, I don't
God.
know what it would be like a.
Oh, they were garlic
50,
knots.
50 on the button.
Oops.
And then if the small blind wins, they collect it, and it just always adds.
Okay, for the rest of the Jack.
I think that's we should definitely
Derek
do that.
Lawler
I'm not a fan of 7 deuce.
sent
if
me
somebody wants to play it, I'll
welcome
play
to chat again. I enjoyed seeing your daughter do her Slick Rick impersonation.
How about you stand up when the drinks come?
Posted on YouTube, got a lot of likes. At Slick on Instagram at Slick Rick Lodge. Very funny. Thank you.
Well, everyone needs to, hey guys, make sure every person does this because not intentionally, but it's so easy to sleep on it. So just like really make sure that we're doing
That's
it.
the bad part of it.
How's it work?
So whenever it's on your button, you put 50 on. Whenever it's on your button, you put 50 on the button.
Sort of 50.
It's a increasing jackpot.
Table's talking about the small
Only
blind
the
button
small blind
bonus.
can win it.
Okay, yeah.
So like it increases, and eventually it gets kind of big. I'm sorry, guys.
So there, they just decide the small blind button bonus is going to be in effect. Everybody on the button before the deal has to put $50 on the button. The only person who would be eligible to win this, what's on the button, the only person at the table is the person in the small blind. If they win, they scoop not only the pot, but they scoop what's on the button. Round and round it goes, and it grows very high. A lot of money usually is on that button at some point during the show.
Jake's here. Jack's for Jake. Mariano, King Queen, raises to 300. The 3-bet comes in from Doug. And now the 4-bet from Jake to 2.8. Jake and Doug, good buddies with one another. Let's
Oh,
see
yeah.
how they're going to maneuver these streets here.
They
All in
It's hard to say when you all
from Doug.
Full of shit over there?
always trying to win.
Jake's calling this.
He's calling for sure, never folding, I don't think, with only this much behind.
No.
Says he's got 7K behind. Does he? He's got that
Yeah.
bubble gum. Yeah, he's gonna make the call.
Of course he makes the call.
Oh, you already played the game.
I was determined right now.
You got big split? I think this is the only one I've played since I was your last.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm supposed to get this mini blind to this. Just made it a little smaller.
Jake's struggling here with the decision, but he's gonna make the call.
No, he's making this call. He does.
All right.
Right twice?
That's good.
You're gonna run it twice.
What are you working on over there?
I'll give you a clue. There's no good way to play it.
Oh, I got the ace guy suited.
I would one day.
Twice a day.
There's no good way to play it.
They're going to run it
Anyone have
twice.
any aces? Anyone have any aces?
Jake with the jiggities.
All right, 5. I don't like
You think
that.
Jake's scooping?
There it is. He's going to get one of them.
No ace. No ace. Three.
It's kind of how King Kai got me, just like that.
No justice. No justice.
So there's one for Jake.
No, I want to sweat on the turn.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Let's get back to basics. Oh, no.
No clubs there for Doug, so an ace and an ace only. One card remains.
As Jake is now even, I believe.
And Doug digging himself a hole. Stuck close to 20 almost.
So close to getting stuck, man. You were so close.
I know. I wasn't emotionally ready. 9.
3,100 in the live chat. Appreciate every one of you. If you're just joining us for the first time, we ask that you subscribe to the channel. We're on every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. We have a little fun with it. We're not your typical stream. Every now and then we like to laugh.
And you still did it.
Well,
So what you're saying is I'm balanced. I hated doing that versus your size because it was just such a bad size. But the thing is, like, I'm like, he's bad enough where he probably would do this, like, play too.
well, I tried that the other time. I tried that with
Renee, how are you? Good to see you always. Carla, the chat pro in.
That time you would have thrown yours back in.
The mayor of Chatsville, Nick from Yuma.
This is like really close to a third.
Waiting for our chief of police, Chris the cop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ooh, Doug
One hit. There's a one hit.
just ran over Panther.
Both players with diamonds. So a red flop would be spicy. EFAN 2.0 has been relatively quiet. The short stack at the table needs to tread lightly with all of these monster stacks all over the place. But he decides to make the call. Mariano comes in for the price as well with his suited jacks. We're going 4 ways here.
In the cash game, and he was like, what the hell, I got a penalty for that. Like, he's like,
Ace
"You
8
got a
5,
penalty or I'm
skittle
leaving."
flop. Pair of 5s in the lead here for Mariano. Backdoor and a dream for Doug. He elects for 400. EFAN not with much except for the gutter ball to the 6. He's going to come along for 400. The classic Doug versus EFAN battle. And the backdoor gets a little sweeter for Doug, as that's a great card for him, the queen of diamonds. The flush draw as well, the straight draw now.
Fan looking for a 6 or a 7.
Doug's going to fire, picking up additional equity on this turn after telling his story on the flop. Definitely firing, good enough to take it down.
Mr. Plumley's in the house. Hello, always nice to see you. See R.L. Stanton's in the house. He's our bartender. We've got a mayor. We've got Yoda. We've got a chief of police. We've got a bartender.
Who works at the cleaners?
We need some other folks. We need a baker,
Next time we bluff, just
a
ask
candlestick maker.
You should ask Pier. Right
I
hand.
don't want it.
How many?
Chatsville is a fine community.
Gary C could probably be like a gas station attendant.
Queens.
You know?
You forgot to ask
The
him
Wawa of
how
Chatsville.
much are you playing?
Full service.
Yeah, I don't know if when he has queens if that works out better for me.
It's probably works for you.
Queens 250.
Carlos salutes from H-Town. Great job, commentators. I would love and go to play. You're only 2 hours and 30 minutes away from H-Town.
Yeah, Jasbo's the pilot of Chatsville.
Oh yeah, Jaspo is the pilot. Forgot about that.
Maybe Jasbo should just change his name in chat to the pilot. Of Chatsville.
Maverick, 7-6 deuce.
Or the Italian.
Pair of sixes for Pier.
I don't know, man.
James Baker says he'll be the Baker of Chatsville. That makes sense.
Very good. Very good.
That is 300. Call.
We know we have a barbecue pitmaster. Mixing it up.
Hold. 2 players.
Heads up. Pier and Jake.
That's all right. The night's young.
There's a 10
The
ball,
White Claws are on their way. That's my key to
but
get back.
another spade. Neither player with a spade.
Yuma says we need a doctor.
Lately, I've been winning.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
And I saw some of your videos and like, I didn't see all of them, but I saw maybe like 2 or 3. And every single one you were just losing.
The first month or so I played here, I lost basically every single session.
Okay, that's when I was watching. I think I haven't caught up on it.
It was a mixture of just being way too punty for ring, and then playing bad, and then also running horrible.
Jake's going to take down another pot with his 10s.
Things have been turned around. The tides have been changing.
Okay,
Tides have been turning. Or changing.
I don't know, man. You see today.
Let's
It's
see.
like,
No,
look a little shaky.
today could be the.
Don't
the
choke
day.
on us, man.
Nick from Yuma. We built this city on Rick and Skull. I like that.
I play worse than I care. I care more than, you know what I mean. Look at that tight fold under the gun. It's for the viewers. There's gonna be some impressed people in the chat.
EFAN makes it 300 with 5-7 suited. Jake comes along with pocket trades. Over to our friend from Argentina /
300.
California, Mariano.
Let's swap. I can feel it.
3 players.
There's a set for Jake. He is heating up now. Straight draw for Panther Sam.
Not much really going on though. Jake hoping and praying that some of his opponents might have connected with that king. Maybe perhaps a queen 10
That is 300.
type of holding. But into multiple opponents here, Jake's not going to slow play nothing. Going to fire in 300. Panther Sam for that price. Probably going to call and hope that a 10 peels on the Turner River, reaching for chips. And he's going to go for the check raise line. Interesting. Music to Jake's ears. Eyeing up Panther's stack. Just going to end up flatting this 900, seeing what Panther Sam wants to do on the turn. And boy, oh boy, if a 10 falls, Jake might get a little steamy. Never raising here. The board's so dry. Just thinking about how he's going to maneuver later streets. And he is indeed going to raise here. I don't really understand that raise from Jake at all.
I had to protect it though.
Saying he had to protect it. He shows it. Don't like that raise at all. But he knows what he's doing out there on the felt, but loses some value. You know that Panther Sam's going to be firing and barreling the turn there. I would have waited, but... And there's Frank. Chicken leg Frank coming by with his football.
Another football.
The guy's a weird dude, but that's why we love him.
Funny thing is, when he goes to a football game, he brings a deck of cards.
And I just saw Doug walk past the bunker window with his thumbs up, smiling, pointing towards the table. So that's usually signs for there's turbulence and good energy ahead.
Ibs Gaming, how are you? We're doing just fine. K9 Wolf for eFan 2.0. Doug with King 5, and there's a king for both players. Oh, four-liner now.
175.
With the straight as eFan. The bottom end of it, though.
Andrew Baker's asking, why is his name eFan and not McLovin? Because he had a little sissy fit. Cried. We needed to bring him some ice cream, some cotton candy to stop the tears. He says, please don't call me McLovin. I want to go back to eFan. So I said, we'll call you eFan, but we're going to add the 2.0. And there it is.
When Skull Mike told me that, it was McLovin 2.0 because he didn't like McLovin. So he said, look, guys, please change it. I'm serious. So I told Skull Mike, let's make it McLovin 3.0. We didn't want to push it because we like eFan. He's a fine man.
We could have his name as eFan, but we could still call him McLovin from time to time. So it's really, it's the best of both worlds.
We gotta stand up next to you. Okay.
I did? Oh, cool. Yeah, actually, I was the one that asked.
What's the bounty? I just remember it being like King Deuce 7 or something.
Probably like,
I lost again. King 10 Deuce. We do yesterday. Yeah, that makes sense.
Ace Queen for Pier on the button. Small blind button bonus, we are playing that. Multiple $100 chips are on the button right now, but Panther Sam not interested in going after it with 7-3 off.
One.
Richard coming along with his 8-4 suited. Interesting. Two spades for Richard. Pair of queens for Pier. There's a 4 now for Richard to go along with his spade draw. Picks out a few more outs. 8-4 or spade.
Oh yeah.
800 is the new price. Richard definitely still interested in this pot, reaching for calling chips.
There it is, the spade flush for Richard.
Top 2 for Pierre as well, so let's see how Richard's going to play this, if he wants to lead river or check. He is reaching. Pierre can't fold for that price. Don't think he'll be raising. A little bit of a blocker type bet, but Pierre with a quick call going to see the bad news. Richard here up a decent amount. 1 hour into the stream, approaching the 4 o'clock hour, folks.
Eric says that people asking for likes is worse than personal injury lawyers. Look, the only reason we want the likes is to get to overtime. You guys decide whether you want overtime or not. Totally up to you.
All the players standing. Stand-up game will be
Look at that hat
starting shortly.
Poobah is wearing. New merch on the way, folks. The new Lodge logo.
I always do that. I need to take a piss.
Very nice hat for Poobah.
These are the ways to get on stream, folks. Get in contact with me, Skull Mike Poker, on Instagram or Twitter. Give me a couple days. Been receiving a lot of messages lately, so, and we're streaming plenty, so I don't have as much time as I normally do, but I will get back to you eventually.
Oh, I thought they were doing the stand-up game. Guess not.
Okay, what just happened? Because Mariano's not at the table, so they probably were waiting until he gets back.
Yeah, thanks.
The beers have arrived. Modelo's for all, White Claws for a few. What do you think? You think Doug's going to have a White Claw or a beer? He's drinking some peanut butter whiskey right now.
It's Friday.
What do you think? Does Doug go for the White Claw or a beer when he's done with that?
I think he's going White Claw.
It's a good guess. That's probably going to say White Claw too, so I don't know if I want to give you action. Nines for two players here, Doug and Ethan. Snap raise, 2,300 Jordan. Right in Doug's face. And Doug's in a weird spot here with top pair, a bullshit kicker, so many turns and rivers he's not going to like. Asking how much Ethan has behind, basically has to decide if he wants to play for all of it right now. 6.3 behind, and he reaching for chips makes the call.
Truly lemonades. You had those? I had them a long time ago.
Multiple sevens have already been folded. Now it's two pair.
I like the high noons.
All in for Ethan.
Not the worst turn card there for Doug. If Ethan was raising with a set, maybe. 4 is very unlikely. Pretty unlikely that Ethan would be raising on the flop with a set regardless, but losing, what would he be doing this with? Maybe like a 5-6 type of holding? Ace-9, Doug's confused.
Vote. How much money I just talked right out of the gate? Vote?
I never bluff. I'll tell you this.
What the hell do you have here? You got Queen's Jam this turn? What do you even have? I can't even think of hands, like good or bad. I guess like straight draws, ace 4. I'm so confused. What's up? What did you just say? What did you just say?
If I have a 5-6, I probably call. So I don't have a 5-6. That's free information.
Is this any good?
Probably. Probably good.
Probably.
Probably good. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
I hate having 7. It doesn't even really matter though. What the hell hand do you have?
Pick one hand. One card.
Pick one?
Just for the content. Pick one.
That one. Oh, yeah.
You got 5. You cannot be any 9. Any 9 is better than 9.
If you have 9-3, I'm gonna gain some real respect for you because that's a.
I could have a 9-3, but you only be a 9-3. If you lose to any 9. Better 9, for sure. 9K.
And Ethan 2.0 is going to take that. Interesting table talk there between Doug and Ethan. And we're going to welcome back to the bunker one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, I love him.
You know him. You know him as Mr. Brad Owen. Brad, welcome back to the bunker.
Thanks, Rick. How's the game going so far?
It's going great, and they're about to do a stand-up game. And I had really enjoyed playing with you last night on the mixed table.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was my first time playing mixed games in probably 6 or 7 years.
Wasn't that a fun game?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
No one was going to get too touched up. Have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was worried about it since I don't play mixed games, but really friendly atmosphere, and yeah, you can't get hurt too badly in 10-20.
Before you got in here, Rick was rubbing it in. I was at a table with Brad, Doug, Jake, and I won 400.
But
did you not?
When,
did you not say
when,
that?
when it got to No Limit Hold'em, I looked around and said, "What the hell am I doing at this table?" I did not.
So you
belong
hit
at
and run.
the table.
You hit and run.
No,
You were scared.
I stayed till it was my bedtime.
It was a good time. Skull Mike was a little bit too afraid to hop in.
Yes.
There was a seat open for him. He considered it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had to mix it up on a little 2-5 streets for a little bit. I don't get to play anymore, Brad. Too
Mariano.
busy. First hand of the stand-up game, so everybody's usually raising light, but these are a premium holding there. 4 best of 3K gets it done. Doug Polk.
Let's talk about the stand-up game. So here's how it works, folks, if you're new to it. Win a hand, get to take your seat. The last person standing, I believe they set the number at $100 each. The last person standing has to pay a tax to all the other players of $100. So you do not want to be the last
Are we
person
doing a vote?
standing.
You want to
Yes.
vote here?
I will say...
We each get 2 players?
Yes. I will say the gentleman from Philly in seat.
You're saying Richard's going to lose.
Richard is going to be the last one standing. Who's
Brad,
your pick?
I'll let you pick, Brad.
I'm going to go, I actually have 10% of Jake in this game, but I think he's going to lose the stand-up game.
All right.
You've been out there. You didn't actually catch a peek
No,
at the
no,
table,
actually, I
did
didn't.
you?
I didn't.
All right, I'll take Panther Sam.
Okay. There you go. Efan makes it
2,500.
2,500. He wants a seat early.
Healthy bet
I
here.
think that Ethan is going to go aggressively, and I think Doug will go aggressive as well.
Yeah.
Panther Sam's going to defend here. Makes the call, so pre-flop already. Now 5.5 in the middle on a 9-high flop. Both players have whiffed.
Start with a stand-up game, but you do it tournament style. Instead of sitting down, you go to the table, and the last guy has to pay out and just doesn't get a seat.
So Efan
So like
looking for a 6-9 or jack.
You have to win or you're out.
So you lose a bunch of money, and then
you gotta go
pay
home.
out, and then you have to leave. Oh yeah, that would be great.
Over to Panther. He's going to check.
Thought
There's
about
the 6. So we're going to have a little chop here. Nobody gets to sit.
That's good for me.
As long as both players stay in.
The runner-up can't play, so like the guy who's stuck is in the game.
It looked like Panther wanted to fire in a bet there on the turn there, thinking that maybe he's up against an ace-high type of holding. Goes check, check, and we're going to chop it up.
I think the tournament version of that game would be exciting.
So if you're a fan of Brad, Andrew, and Doug, the 22nd of May, coming up in 2 days, will be your chance nobody sits, everybody's high five, will be your day to come to the lodge for the meetup game. And there you see the back half of the lodge where we've got the main event going on right now. So come on and sit down with Brad, Andrew, and Doug in the meetup game. We're expecting a huge crowd on the 22nd.
Oh, and that's good.
And I so many times.
It's be a good time.
And then Andrew's going to be in the bunker with me for the main event, streaming on Tuesday, a special stream day. The main event, final table, Tuesday at 2 p.m. Central, a special stream day.
The what? For what event?
Main event.
Huh?
The main event.
Thank you. That's how it's done, Ray.
The main event.
We've had some big 25-50 games in the past, but is this the most money that's been on the table for 25-50? Or
For 25-50, yes.
I think so. Multiple 50K buy-ins.
Tomorrow should be huge, too.
that's the 100-200 game, right?
No, it's going to be 25-50 as well, but there are some heavy hitters in that lineup. And if we reach our overtime goal, we get these likes up, 3,200 in the chat, I will give away some names for the lineup tomorrow. And I'm not bluffing. It's a doozy tomorrow.
Now, Jake not only has the chance for the pot, but look at all that money on the button that's stacking up for the small blind button.
Slicer with pocket kings, though, so it's going to be pretty hard for Jake.
What a great opportunity, because it looks like when you actually have a big hand, it looks like you might just be trying to steal it to take your seat.
But nobody's got enough to really continue here. Jake's thinking about it. It's too much.
And Slicer's going to get a chance to sit down.
Oh my God.
Shows the Cowboys. So, Brad, we have a surprise today. The soundboard is back.
Nice.
And I know you were a huge fan of the soundboard.
I'm going to, you know what, I think that me and Skull Mike have a little bit of something to do with that at IHOP.
IHOP, you say? The International House of Pancakes?
That's right. That's right. Have we gone through this story yet on the stream?
We have not.
No.
I was going to wait for you to release your next vlog before I released it.
Yeah.
I was going to let you do the honors premiere it.
Well, I think people may forget about it by the time it's on the vlog. Plus, I think seeing it on the vlog will be a little bit different. But
Do the honors. Do the honors.
We had a late night the other night. Me, Skull Rick, Doug, Jake, a couple other people. We went to Brass Tap after the stream on Wednesday. Then we went to Eddie's. Then we went to IHOP, and we made a bet with the server that she wouldn't be able to eat 11 pancakes in 10 minutes. And she crushed it.
11 pancakes in about 8 minutes.
We were gonna give her $500 to do 10, and then Jake tacked on a $600 11th pancake, so it was $1,100 total. And she had no issues with it at all.
Pouring on extra blueberries, strawberry syrup, regular syrup with a smile on her face.
That is awesome. $1,100.
And she said she would have done it for $100. Like, yeah, you want to do it for $100? And all of a sudden we blink and it's $1,100. And she's showering in cash.
Yeah, it was fun though. So we got video of that. That'll be on
coming up soon.
An upcoming vlog, yeah. Okay, so I lost this one. Jake won a hand.
Yeah, he's sitting down
Nice.
here.
Matt Plumley with the $25 super chat says, appreciate your videos, Brad, and love all the success you are having with joining WPT and owning the lodge. Keep up the good work. There you go.
Nice. Thanks a lot. It's been a very cool year so far. Well, a lot of things coming to fruition with the lodge and then the WPT signing. And
yeah, you've been quite the busy guy.
Yeah. Pier 3-betting 1,800 here, suited Broadway cards. Mariano speed limit 55s. Polk with the Gretzkys. And all of these stacks are pretty deep here, so got to consider that. Likely coming with a 4-bet is Doug, or he decides to flat. So quick call from Mariano, sitting down comfortable.
No discounts, Mariano.
Ace-7 deuce, couple diamonds out there.
Nobody can really love that flop, though. 2 players standing, that always needs to be in consideration in the back of your mind. And Pierre, the one who started this 3-betting the pot's 1,800 free, is going to c-bet to 1,600. Doug needs to worry about Mariano behind him. Let's see if he wants to peel one off and keep Pierre honest. Yes, indeed. A nice call here from Doug with the best hand. Mariano heads for the hills. Heads up between the two gentlemen here. Some of your favorites, 6 of spades.
Holy moly.
The super chats are rolling in.
William McKay, $100 super chat. Thanks for the awesome content, guys. Thank you, William. And DQ, our good friend, $99 super chat. Brad, I will buy at IHOP every day for 2 weeks if you can help bring us back the joke of the night. Soundboard first, DQ.
Yeah, baby steps.
Baby steps. So Doug has locked it up as long as he stays in. But what is Pier going to do?
Will he fire the triple barrel? We've seen him do it before. Arms crossed. Contemplating an overbet, it seems.
Ooh. Brings out the bubble gum.
8,000.
8,000.
Full pot. Doug does not like it. Losing to every ace out there. The ace kings, the ace queens, the ace jacks, the ace tens.
I think he's calling here.
I think he's folding, Rick.
Wow, very interesting hand. Super tough spot for Doug. Wow, looks like he's trying to talk himself into it here.
He's been put into a couple tough spots already.
I mean, especially with the stand-up game at play, I think it might make him lean a little bit more towards a call.
For sure.
How much are we going to lose today, Jake?
We.
Oh, we mean the proverbial we.
That's unclear.
He's calling.
He's folding.
Oh, wow, makes the call.
Nice call.
No? Quintet!
Doug makes an amazing call, earns that seat.
That's what I'm talking about.
That was a fun hand to watch.
Sniffs it out there. Good call there by Doug. I thought he might get away.
Folks, if you're new to our stream, this is really our temp table. We are building a YouTube studio next door. The Lodge, currently the 5th largest poker room on the planet, but we need more. So we're going to build an additional 10 or 12 tables in between our 2 rooms and a YouTube studio that will be the envy of the nation. So yes, mic'd players are coming. We understand that. But right now we are in such a big room that it wouldn't really matter. So look for that in the future. The Lodge live stream is only going to get better from here. So if you love us now, you'll love us more in a few months.
I'm never bluffing you in these spots. I have a bunch of spots. And then, like, when he does bet, I tank, and then I call anyway. And then he usually has
Good call by Doug. I knew he was calling.
You did.
He's been, on the streams, he's been very sticky. Does not like to fold on the streams.
Sputastic.
I didn't say that. You did.
Ethan here 3-betting. $700 called by Richard with 4 deuce. And he flops himself a flush draw here with 2 spades. Check, check, and the duck finds its way here on the turn. So now Richard feeling quite confident.
I never worked once. I still do it.
No help for Ethan here. Richard with the check mark. Patty cake on the flop and turn. Will this go check, check on the river? If so, Richard will be taking a seat.
I don't want
The war cry.
The war cry?
Yeah, that naturally came out when you won the hand. There was like
Unlike
no
Ethan there, not taking a stab at it.
You can sit down.
Yeah, Doug, you can sit down.
Yeah, why is Doug standing?
And Richard, I lost my entry in the. So, Brad, you lost Jake. I lost Richard. And Skull Mike.
Still in play.
Who'd you have?
You
Panther?
forgot, huh?
You had
Shocker that you forgot. You didn't write it down on a piece of paper like you
No.
normally do.
You have Panther?
Yes.
All right. Look at that money stacking up on the button. Small blind is the only person eligible to scoop that if he wins the hand. That would be Panther in this case.
Cool there because he's gonna like basically
250 is the raise from Slicer. With the jiggities, there's no right way to play the jiggities.
We got the soundboard, right?
We didn't
That one's
have
not
that
loaded
yet.
up yet.
What?
We gotta-
That should have been the first one loaded up, Mike. This is very
We
disappointing.
tried. That's not my department, Brad.
like
I found out today too that this was back live.
So what do we have on the soundboard?
But what we do have is this one. Press it, Skull. Press that one.
What's up, guys? Doug Polk here.
Oh, I see how it is. We get Doug's soundbite up here first, and then
Brad. It's not my fault, Brad. I see you looking at me.
Did Doug make the soundboard? Is that his department?
No, Doug's not in that department. You know, we try to stay far, far away from Doug regarding the soundboard. Slicer with the jacks, a.k.a. Jiggity's well in the lead here. Panther Sam, jack high. But on a king and a queen flop, he is reaching for a banana and a blackberry. 1100, this might get through. Andrew Moreno right there through the door. Shout out to him. Stumbles on it.
Yeah, I got a chance to play with him the last WPT event. Good to see that he made the trip out here, as well as his wife, Christy Arnett.
Oh, she's
Moreno.
here? Awesome.
She's in Austin. I think that she made an appearance at the lodge. Panther Sam picks up a gutter, and he is going for it.
Still firing here. Slicer keeping him honest on the flop, but now another hefty bet, 3,700. Putting Slicer to the test here. And he's also in the small blind, so he's still standing. And he's going to win the bonus money and take his seat and show the jack high. That is how it's done, boys and girls.
And nobody has to pay off a sandwich because Skull Mike's entry
Pay that man his money.
is out too. So none of us were correct. Slick Rick, Skull Mike, and the great Brad Owen in the bunker today. Having some fun.
Shout out to Michael Eli in the chat, representing well. Took his talents to California for a stream over there.
Wore his lodge gear. I'm surprised he wasn't told to take it off. Love Mike Eli.
It's a free country, Rick. You can wear what you want, wherever you want.
I know. We love everybody.
Nobody tells you to take your Skechers off when you walk into the lodge. And they damn
No
well
Skechers
should.
today.
You got the New Balance,
I got the New Balances.
Are those
on.
Velcro or laces?
Laces. Skull Mike constantly gives me crap. Lisa in the box gives us a flop. Oh, there's a somebody folded 6-7. I guess 8-4-5.
A couple of straight draws.
Could have sworn I saw somebody had 6-7, but they folded.
Nice raise there from Doug. New EFAN was full of it there, and now just only two remain, right? Pierre and EFAN, or is Richard still standing as well? Are there three? No,
Richard's down. It's two.
Heads up.
Remember, the last person standing has to pay all the other players at the table a $100 tax per player for being the last person standing. By the way, there's about 800 some odd likes right now with 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. We need 1,755 likes to go into overtime tonight. With 3,500 in the live chat, you'd think we could do that pretty easily.
Jiggity's going around and around today. The third or fourth time we've seen it.
If we only had that soundbite.
I know. We're going to get that one up next stream. Well, maybe not tomorrow because we had to find it. You know, we had to the exact time reference.
Yeah, I was shocked when I heard it for the first time. I don't even know where that.
We have the video. We just need to find it again.
But then if you're the sitting person, you also
King 9 tray, couple of spades.
And like they're so loose and have so many bluffs. Like I just want to like make sure that I get the
We'll definitely get it up there though, Brad.
Thanks, Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what is your plans for the World Series of Poker? Are you going to fire any of the events out there?
Yeah, I'm going to fire. I've got some fun stuff coming up. I haven't really looked at the schedule too much, but I'll probably play 5 to 10 different events, including the main event.
Nice.
Big amount. Everyone's obviously
5 to 10 events.
Maybe more. It just depends. You know, if you're running good in the beginning and you get that tournament itch, or if you run really bad and you want to get on the board.
There you go. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure you're going to be running good. You've been going deep in a couple tournaments lately, knocking on the door.
Yeah, I've been doing a little bit of studying and have just gotten more comfortable playing tournaments lately. So that's been helpful, and I am enjoying playing them. I'm actually enjoying playing a lot of poker. I just got the new editor, and he's actually here.
Shout out to Mike.
Yeah,
he's
so that's
a nice guy.
That's been really helpful, and I played a lot more poker this year than I have in the past.
Queen 8 tray, Skittles. Straight draw for Mariano.
It's like a lot of like very laid back kind of playing.
He's going to fire in a bet here. I don't think Slicer's going to defend. He lays it down.
The general personality of this table is like nice dude, laid back, kind of quiet.
Good thing you're here.
You're not.
Everybody's kind of quiet compared to Doug.
There's your cumulative winnings. Richard, our visitor from Philly, up 6,300. Doug throwing the party right now, down 13.5K. There's the VPIP for what it's worth. Doug up in the 40% category. Slicer at 20%.
Wow, Jake's at 34% too. The Lodge ownership group really representing.
You got a piece of Jake in this game?
I have 10% of Jake, so I'm very vested.
You know he called off his entire stack with ace high, like second hand in the
2 minutes into the show.
As soon as he did that, he walked over to me to explain the situation. It was pretty funny. But then he got it back with the jiggities.
He did.
So
that was a very interesting hand there. Pierre.
Jake getting involved here.
Small blind button bonus. Only about, what, $100 or $200 right now.
Yeah, I actually really I like the strat here.
A monster.
Pierre with ace 4
Thinking
offsuit.
outside the box, you know?
Is Pierre thinking about putting in the 3-bet?
He might.
Nope, just going to call here.
Defense.
Queen Jack 8, couple of clubs. Straight draw now for Jake.
Ethan in jeopardy here. Final 2 players remain standing. Pierre is one of them. Action's on Jake, and he's reaching for chips. A super large 3-bet pre-flop, and now the continuation. Lisa's going to get it right and gets it through.
Let's go, Jake.
The 9-6 special. Oh my God.
And he's going to scoop off the small blind button bonus. Jake
shows it too.
Donning the shades. Now Skull wears shades when he plays. You ever been a sunglass guy, Brad?
Not at the table, no. But you know those llama eyes, they adjust the light differently, and so just gotta have the shades on.
Yeah, but there was a $100 bonus.
I've been rocking the shades.
Look at that handsome man right there.
It's pretty handsome.
You want to play on the Lodge live? Reach out to Skull Mike.
That's how it's done,
There
Brad.
you go.
Yeah.
Or visit thelodgepokerclub.com/livestream. Fill out that questionnaire. I'm going to ask you multiple questions. We'll have a conversation, and then a couple weeks will go by, and we'll see you right here at the Lodge. Table 11, Rick.
Under the lights. Have you ever done a blooper reel like Jamin does with his vlog? Sometimes he puts at the end some bloopers. You don't have bloopers.
Typically don't make mistakes, so.
I didn't play on the Jake book.
Yeah, Rick is all about those bloopers.
I kind of like them.
Yeah, no, I think that's cool. I like the idea. I've considered it in the past, but haven't ever implemented it.
Efan looks a little cold. He might need a blanket over there.
Man, this is a long stand-up game.
I actually forgot that the stand-up game was still going on.
Yeah. Pierre was involved in that last hand. That's probably why he continued in there.
Oh, that's going to hurt extra bad then that Jake got that bluff through.
Right.
Yep.
Not sure. Maybe for
Dan, we've missed the Michigan Mafia down here. We want you to back. Hopefully next series y'all can come back. It's been one heck of a Lodge Championship series. People from all over the world have been here.
Yeah, I've gotten to play with a few people from Austria. Someone just came in yesterday from Israel.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then all points, every state in the country, Canada. And
Pierre's going for it here. Suited Broadway, Queen 10. Senses some weakness. Going to seize the opportunity. 1,600 to go. Efan with the best hand right now. Ace high. He cannot let Pierre off the hook here, especially when Pierre's the one raising. You know Efan's coming along. He's not folding out. No, no, Efan, don't do it.
And Efan is the last man standing.
Wow.
So here comes his payment. His tax bill is due. 100 each. He lost 700 additional dollars.
How much was the 3-bet for over the initial raise?
The first bet was 250, and then I think Pierre made it 1,600.
So instead of calling for 1,350 more, he decided to fold and cost himself 700.
I was surprised by that fold. I thought he would at least keep Pierre honest and see the flop and adjust accordingly.
Well, I guess it's 50 each. Oh no. What are they doing?
I think they are doing.
It's more than 100.
150 each.
150 each. Okay.
Well, that makes it even more suspect then, because it's what is it, 1,050? Is that?
Wow. 7 times 150. You got it. Wow.
That's weird.
I don't think that he was fully considering.
I mean, Efan plays the stream weekly. He's probably had the most reps in the stand-up game out of anybody at the table.
Well, there's going to be a new series on Upswing on the stand-up game. Who's going to write that chapter?
Not you.
No.
If you want to apply to be the stand-up game coach, tweet at Doug Polk vids. I'm sure he's been on Twitter a lot lately.
Yeah. 400 from Pier.
Take it down.
The Crickets are on extra blast today.
The extended version.
Extended, uncut version of the Crickets.
That works if everyone likes each other, but in some games you're touching people's chips, you're going to flip the fuck out.
No, until you play your own chips. Like the small blind has to post it every day.
If you sleep, you just don't pay.
Maestro Matt Sweeney in the house, doing great work as the executive producer of Lodge Live. And up-and-coming pro poker player, Maestro Matt Sweeney.
It doesn't help that much, it just helps a little.
He's still up, he says. And want to thank Kim also on helping us out today on Action Tracker. Great staff behind the scenes making this work.
I think he's saying instead of the button putting a 50, the small bunch should put the 50 as like a reminder that
Richard will take it down.
If you sleep, you just don't pay.
Right.
Yeah, it's a whole new problem.
Yeah. Bad idea.
Yeah, it doesn't work. You're right. You know what? You're right.
So how does the meetup game going to work on what is it, on the 22nd on Monday?
People are going to show up, Rick.
Is that Monday or Sunday?
People are going to show. Okay. We're going to play some cards.
But is it? You're just going to play a hand, an hour at one table, get up and go to another table? How's it going to work?
Yeah, we have a 4 p.m. listed start time, 2-5, 2 to 1,000 max for this particular event. We're leaving the 5-seat open, so Doug, Andrew, and myself, we can all make it to as many tables as possible. So we'll likely actually get the ball rolling around 2 p.m. It's a good idea to get here early if you can. We just put the list up on Poker Atlas, so if you have access to that, and you plan on attending, then go ahead and
get on the list.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Ace King for Panther Sam, a suited ace for Richard. 3 bets to 600.
Work on pacing a lot.
Yeah, I'd download Poker Atlas, folks. You can find out everything you want to know what's going on at the lodge on a daily basis. How many cash games, what tournaments are going, what the clock is on the tournament. Lots of information on that great app, Poker Atlas.
It's also like a lot, like if you're doing jokes and stuff in videos, it's always better to have jokes in the front because then people will stay. Like, it's more important to have jokes in the front than the back. But if you don't space them out at like a reasonable frequency.
Panther Sam not getting him off the hook here. 4 bets to 1900, and Richard's going to defend. Or did he fire in a 5 bet? No, call. So here we go to the flop.
Couple spades for Richard.
Yeah, Richard's going to like that. Panther Sam still with the best of it, though. Not going to check it back for any pot control. He's going to fire again here. C bets to 1400, I believe. Quick call from Richard. He's been taking his time for a lot of his decisions so far today, but he elects on a call rather quickly. Now picks up additional outs for a wheel. Looking for a spade, deuce, or a 4 is Richard.
If I had to edit my own videos, I would have just never done anything.
And he's not going to get there. Will he try and steal this pot now? Just ace high. Line would be pretty suspicious, but Panther Sam doesn't really have much of his own. Just ace high here.
How long have you been doing it for?
Like 2 years.
I mean, this isn't a very good board for someone who 4-bet.
Yeah,
and
time for the burnout to hit.
after Sam checks back the turn, that kind of leaves the door open for Richard to come in and take a stab as a bluff here.
What type of sizing do you think Richard's going to come with if he fires? Oh, reaching. We're about to find out.
Wow. Huge bet there. 5,000.
Gets it done rather quickly, so a nice little stab there by Richard.
The Philly fanatic, Richard.
Volume kills your ability to be creative because if you don't
Yeah, he's going to feel good about that. He's got a stack approaching 25K. Bought in for 15. Seemed a little nervous, scared at how big this game was shaping out to be, but he's been able to hold his own so far. 4:35 p.m. on a Friday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, folks, is where you can find us. The Lodge Live, you know the channel. Be a subscriber, like each and every video, tell your friends about it, and watch people win some money or get crushed. You never know what's going to happen.
I believe we are at 64,000 subscribers. Not too shabby. We appreciate each and every one of you.
All your top tier ideas you already done.
On our race to 100K.
Mariano made it 300 there. Pier just folded the pair of 4s, it seemed.
Pierre won it, so it should be.
TV shows.
So we got
That's why I like TV shows and team and writers.
they do, yeah.
One guy doing all.
I've had some writers.
$100 straddle on from Slicer.
How long have you been doing this?
Started in 2016. 2016. So 6 years, yeah. But I did like every day for about a year or two. Year and a half.
Every day.
Every day.
So are you guys all from Texas, or are you guys all from Texas?
I live here. Most of us live here. Besides them.
Entire tables from Texas, minus Mariano and Richard. Well, maybe Panther Sam, too. Not quite sure about Panther Sam.
Don't know where he's from.
Has Panther Sam said a word today?
I haven't heard.
It's pretty funny. Doug said this is a bit of a quiet table,
He's from Houston, right?
and Sam just nodded.
Well,
You know.
Florida? We're on Florida.
Right on cue.
Yeah.
The five. You had cut everyone.
Sorry.
The result was wrong.
Lisa's doing a fine job Don't know who's going to be relieving her.
I believe it's going to be Kevin.
Final table Kevin, I believe so. I thought so, but
FTK back in business.
We like to bring in some eye candy for the ladies who are watching.
yes.
Do we?
That could be your hand.
I'd much rather prefer Lisa in the box.
I've known Lisa for a while. She's a
great
deal out of
deal.
Red Rock.
Yes.
But you want to know what I squeezed? I used to know.
She's so nice. Great dealer.
Raise 250.
250. Doug again with the Gretzky hand.
Yeah, it's
Nines were
loose.
good
It's
to
a
him
little
last
loose,
time.
you know.
Well, when it's dead money.
Nobody asked me what I folded.
I love when Doug and Efan get involved in talks.
Efan's great to have at the table. He's not afraid to, you know, bluff shove if he feels like that's the right play. Definitely gets involved a lot.
Isolate.
Ace deuce
He
7
is a little bit of
Skittles.
a baby, though.
This was the similar flop as the last time that
Yep.
Doug had pocket nines. I think it was ace 7 deuce as well.
He found the call button on that pot, one of Doug's largest pots of the afternoon so far.
Jake and Doug.
Jake floating out of position. I mean, when you call in this kind of a situation, it seems like he might be winding up to make some kind of play later on.
There
He doesn't need
gets
to
there.
anymore. I imagine this goes check, check. Or blocker bet, potentially.
Thinking about it here. I think he's got the best hand here. Maybe go for some value. Imagine if Doug had an ace, he would continue to fire there on the turn.
Same shit as everyone else. Yeah, you're not missing anything.
Totally understand a check as well here, but Jake taking a lot of time, likely going to fire out a bet. Goes for a $300 sizing.
Wow. How, this is so well played. Look at this. 300. Oh my god. This is going to be getting me some value here. Wow. Wow.
It's got to make Jake feel good.
Wow. Wow. I mean, you earned it. You earned it.
Wow.
It's unbelievable. Such ownage.
Just laughs in his buddy's face.
Well, you know, I had to try to win the bounty.
And he gets that small blind button bonus as well. So a little extra kiss there for Jake the Snake.
I get the impression with Jake, when Jake and Doug both find it a little sweeter when they get each other's money.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that last night in the mixed game.
You didn't tell the IHOP story when they had us play 08 and they were betting on me and you.
Listen, I had a lot of drinks that night. Mike, do you wanna go through that story? It's hard for me to remember all the details.
Basically, Jake and Doug are degenerates. Jake carries around a deck of cards wherever he goes. And Doug and Jake were betting on Brad and I. We were playing a mixed game that we've never ever played before, and we were playing 4-800 limit at IHOP at 4 in the morning.
Then you get there.
Me and Brad split pot. I won one pot, Brad won the other pot.
The pot that you won was much
It was
bigger.
a big one,
I think,
though,
right?
yeah. I
So
made Doug
think-
some money.
Did Doug have you?
Doug had me, yeah.
Okay.
Jake had you.
Yeah, I think you made Doug about
1,800?
I think it was 1,600. I think it was an $1,800 pot, and then I won
a small one.
A small
I think
one
I just
after,
open
yeah.
folded.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
A lot of things are happening at IHOP at 2 in the morning.
4 in the morning.
4 in the morning, even worse.
It was late.
There's not too many places open.
That's
You know,
a good
when we're
point.
done with our poker sessions and done with our
Late night pool session.
yeah.
You missed out, Rick.
I did.
You don't sleep. You should have just came out.
Well, I was in the tournament until 2:30 that night.
Doug and Jake.
Round 2. Doug looking for a 6. Five and a 3, also good here, but behind. Jake with the ace high and the flush draw, going to reach for some chips, make it expensive, and Doug quickly folds.
He's going to show the 6.
I guarantee you, whatever card you have
Yeah.
is higher than my highest card. My highest card.
You didn't have higher than a 6?
No. You can check out the stream.
Why did I just get floated?
You're like, which card do I have? They're both.
Haven't seen really anybody get out of line yet. Pierre made a couple of bluffs.
So you didn't. So you had like 5.
It was an ambitious float. Let's just leave it
5
there.
high, no backdoor flush draw, no front door flush draw.
I had a gunner. I had 5-3 diamonds.
Okay.
On to the next one. Slick Rick, Skull Mike, and Brad Owen in the bunker for a little 25-50 Friday afternoon, early evening at the Lodge Mahal. Here's the raise from Pier, and he's going to take it down. Not much there. 46 hands already.
Matty J says some of the best stories occur at Waffle House on Fridays at 3 a.m. I believe it. Thank you all for joining us. Kyle Becker, R.L. Stanton, the bartender, Mr. Automatic, Don P.
You pay $25.50. Everybody knows. No. Most of the time. Like in the bigger games.
Don P says he sent you a LinkedIn request, Brad. When's the last time you've been on LinkedIn?
Maybe 2 years ago.
You know, all the places you do. You guys want to do around the shadow?
Shout out to
Maybe
LinkedIn.
1 round in every hour or something. Yeah.
Everybody out there uploading a resume.
I've probably played couch games here like, I don't know, 60 times now.
On the button, Mariano raises to 300. Has not been too active today.
Seems like he's been a little bit card dead.
Yeah.
Maybe like in smaller games.
Doug comes along.
He's been playing a lot of poker lately, Mariano.
Yeah, he's been crushing it.
A little bit of like I'm playing, so it's like kind of like
With you.
But in general,
Ace
Wow,
4.
flops the nuts.
On the button. Doug with a heart.
Drawing dead makes the call.
There's the other heart, so
Oh.
Doug might think he got there.
Yeah, but it's tough to
Small club in Cincinnati.
get too much value out of the 8 high flush.
5-10 PLO. All right, whatever.
Goes for a small sizing here, Mariano, trying to keep his opponent around and interested. Doug makes the call, perhaps trying to induce a raise, but Doug's not going to fall for it. Board now pairs.
Every hand was like 8 ways to the flop. This didn't matter. All right.
Sounds about right.
And like the people that would raise 3, they wouldn't pot it. They would like 3x or 2x. Like
Both these gentlemen deep. Don't think Mariano's going to be afraid. Still going to fire a value bet here. What will he make it?
Are you out?
1,100 maybe? I think he's going to go a little less.
Actually, I had no idea. Like, I'd have some.
Much less.
500.
Flopped like top and bottom, but like there's 7 people in the hand.
I think Doug's going to pay this off just because he's curious. Getting a decent price, is holding a flush of his own. Hasn't really played with Mariano ever, so I think Doug, to find out a little information about his opponent, is going to make this call. And he'll see the bad news. Good hand, Mariano.
Yep. Okay.
Doug taking a page out of your book, Rick. He's got a couple of silver threads of locks on his head there. The silver fox in training, perhaps.
Doug does?
Yes. That's how you know the cameras are good, Rick.
That's all right.
Rick, when's the last time you wore a suit?
A suit or a sport coat?
I'm going to go full suit.
A full suit.
Been any weddings or anything in the last year?
I have been to, unfortunately, a funeral, and that's probably
I
then.
thought about that.
All right, so just
I thought about that was probably
That was the time, but
You're winning big. Now, not everyone does.
I'm not a suit guy,
You're winning big,
as you know.
And your button. Say, all right,
Every
guys,
now and then I'll
I'm
put a sport
in
coat
for
on.
whatevs, You all do it. And then everyone is legally.
I used to have to wear a suit every day when I worked for about 15 years, and I hated it.
Do you still own those suits?
Some of them.
Why?
I don't know.
You don't want to be in that.
Sometimes you find stuff in your closet, you go, why the hell do I still have this?
I'm not good at throwing stuff away. Are you good at throwing stuff away?
Not at all.
I'm pretty good at throwing stuff away.
Yeah.
Like there's like a social like.
Used to have this rule. If you haven't worn it in 5 years, toss it.
This is an interesting situation here. Mariano 4 bets, ace-8 suited.
Has Pier crushed here? Pier is getting involved with some marginal holdings. Has position, but not going to love this flop. Neither player is going to love this flop.
4-4. Trey, couple of spades.
I'm seeing the whole thing all the way to the button.
Probably happened. Probably happened. And I was the button.
You were involved? Were you the cutoff?
I was the button.
You're like, you know what, Doug, it did happen once.
Something like
And
that.
I was the cutoff.
I mean, some people like to go back.
I might never do that.
Some people like
2,200, and that's going to get it done there. Pierre perhaps thinking about making a move there, but really had no backdoor equity whatsoever. Lays it down, and Mariano scoops up 3,000 in the streets.
Paul Edwards says, hey, Brad, good day from Perth, Western Australia. I'd love your latest video demonstrating how card dead you were when you had 13% VPIP. Credited to your brother for creating the table heat map.
Yeah, my brother Matt, he's been helping me with the vlogs as well. It's been great having him on board. I gave him the idea and he did a great job with it.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I like that as well. That stood out to me.
I think it's something that would be really cool to implement in a lot of live stream situations while the session is going on. Maybe we can look into that.
Interesting.
What holding certain seats were dealt and then kind of flash that on the screen from time
Yeah.
to time. Interesting.
I'm going to
Look
patent
into
that.
Yeah.
It was quite impressive because that was your largest win ever.
Yeah, I won 12K. It's not a massive win for that game, but put me at the top of the leaderboard, so.
But you really weren't dealt much, so you maximized every opportunity and turned that into quite a profitable session. Tip of the cap to you, sir. Tip of the cap. Well
Thanks.
done.
Thank you.
Doug and Efan once again.
Got anything, Evon?
Heads up.
Speaking of Australia, Rick, we're going to have our meetup game there in 2023. Courtesy of the Lodge. Rick and I have been receiving emails from people in Australia, Brad, about when and where will the meetup game be taking place.
Australia seems to just have a huge poker fan base out there. So I definitely want to make it out there myself at some point.
Big race coming. Now it's 2,500, and Efan will lay it down.
Nice raise there from Doug.
Shows the 3 of spades.
Oh yeah, nice. That's why I did that. It was for the family.
Frank's in the background again. Doug's holding Frank's football.
We played some pool with Doug before we went to IHOP.
He's decent.
He's pretty good.
He's decent.
He said that he wasn't, but I thought he was about the best player there. No, Mike? Mike's making
Brad,
faces.
Brad, I made a couple shots, Brad.
You did. All right.
I'll challenge Doug if he wants a piece. He knows where he can find me.
Michael Jones says, come to Ireland. Love to go to Ireland.
Real fat ass fingers, you know? I bet you really could have. I can throw. You just have like real strong.
Doug hasn't looked at his cards yet. Still throwing the football around. Raised to 300 with ace-6 off.
Take it out, Evon.
Dr. Quebec says, Skull Mike, did you enjoy your smoothie when you went home the other day?
Oh, Brad, did you hear about this one?
Yeah, the 3 p.m. smoothie order, huh?
That showed
to
up
the house?
Yeah, my front doorstep. Yeah.
Yeah. Do they not get melted anyway, even if they went straight here?
Luckily, my fiance was, no, you're good. They come right here. No, gets delivered quickly. I did go home when that smoothie was in my fridge.
So
Never
you got a
had
bonus smoothie, no?
Yeah, but it's just sitting there. I'm never going to drink it now. I'll probably throw it away tonight, maybe. So I just bought another one.
Yeah, you're a wealthy man.
I can afford 2 smoothies, I think. I've been saving up for a while.
Yeah.
Speaking of smoothies, that's pretty good right about now. But all these guys have these White Claws and beers. They gave me a beer. Never stops.
DQ with the $99 super chat. May have to offer up my penthouse at the Crown Casino in Melbourne for the next meetup, boys.
Damn right, DQ. That sounds pretty sweet.
Oh man, that was DQ suite for our party was so amazing.
Brad, he saw the pictures.
Is DQ coming out for the WSOP this year with another suite party?
Oh,
we doing another lodge suite?
You're just jealous that you missed out on the first one,
I am
Brad.
a little bit jealous, yeah.
That was a great party. I'm down. You don't got to tell me twice. We got to get Doug out there for a tournament or two. He probably should enter the 25K heads up one.
I know who that is. I thought it was somebody else. Luckily, no one will ever know about this mix-up.
Jonas, the small blind button bonus. Every time you are on the button, you must place $50 on the button. It goes around the table. The only person who can scoop that money off is if you're in the small blind and you win the hand, you will get to scoop what's on the button. So the only person who can win that is the person in the small blind. Ace 7-4, Skittles. Nobody with anything. Doug's going to take a stab at it. In the lead with his king-queen. Mariano will get it. Boston Case says Brad has the best content out there. There you go. People love Brad Owen and his vlogs. There's the cumulative winnings. Richard up 9K. Doug Polk throwing the party right now, down $13,700. Where's your man? Jake is up $4,500. You got $450 coming your way if it ended right now. 10% piece of Jake.
Jake's doing well. He battled his way out of the hole. You know, just two really big hands right in the beginning. But yeah, no one's getting touched up too badly. Everybody's really one pot away from being up or down.
So we're renovating the room next door, and then we're gonna put a studio in there and some more tables. It's gonna be like we're calling it a champions room. Basically, when you get deep in a tournament, just play it out in there.
And the stream's fun.
There'll be a studio set up in there.
Doug talking to Mariano about the stream setup, the studio, and the champions room. Richard raising with 250, big slick, and Jake's going to make it a little bit more expensive on the button. Fires in a raise.
Oh, there goes my...
He's got live cards. You got to be a believer.
Yeah, I think if 4-bet is likely coming here, though.
Quite possible. Let's see how Richard wants to play it. Kind of smirking a little bit there, looking off into the distance.
Well, when someone 3-bets you and has a white claw in front of you and sunglasses on, it's hard to take him super seriously.
Just flat, so we are going to see a flop. And there's your queen, Brad.
All right,
you got to
all right.
believe. Now, if a jack comes, that would just be disastrous.
So you got a room here. It's like very isolated.
Jack would be trouble for Jake and me.
But the thing is, it's going to be more open.
$500 here. Runner spade in play for Richard. Obviously a drawing to the nuts with a jack. Some overcards. The price is $500. He's going to make the call.
Here's the turn. Another
Okay,
10.
okay.
Boston Jimmy with the $99 super chat. The Lodge. It's the mecca of poker. Boston Jimmy, you are the man.
Shout out to Boston Jimmy out there right now back in Vegas after his visit here.
I had the pleasure of playing with Boston Jimmy on the Wednesday stream, and then we went out to Brass Tap after.
Yes.
One of the nicest guys who,
out there.
yeah.
And I did get your message, Boston Jimmy. I just can't respond midstream, but he wants to come on back for a stream in a couple weeks, so he's going to be back here relatively soon. Jake with the check mark. Flush gets there as well. And he's going to check it. Board's paired. Going to play it safe. But he'll take it down, queens and tens.
Jake, another $2,900 coming his way.
Are the stakes going to be a little bit?
Next time we're out in Vegas, we got to go out with Boston Jimmy.
Yes. And next time we're out in Tennessee,
Chad.
We got to go see Chad.
One of the nicest guys around. Tennessee Chad, if you're watching, which I know you probably are, thanks again for that great dinner last night. And it's been a great week of getting to know you.
Where are we at with the sandwich bet these days?
0-0.
0-0. It's back to even.
I was down 3, Brad, just last week. I've been running good.
Round of twos. Round of twos. Round of $200.
Doug trying to bump this game up to make it 25, 50, 100, 200.
I think the table agreed.
What are you calling it over there with these things?
The boy Eric will ask, after this hand, we'll ask Brad that. Thanks for the super chat. On the button, Slicer with his Gretzky hand. Raises it on up, 3 bets to 1,800. Doug will lay it down. So over to Jake now.
We have another room already open here for tournaments. Like a smaller room between tables. We're running some events in there.
Is that where everything used to be?
Same hand here for Jake. This time out of position. How's he going to play it? Just going to lay it on down.
So the boy Eric, who gave us a $9.99 super chat, says, question to Brad, what was the craziest hand you won off camera, if you can remember?
Off camera, that first stream that we did here, it was listed as 510, ended up being 510, 25, 50, 100, 200, 400 after the stream ended. We got into a situation where I flopped top set with pocket eights and turned a full house. Doug picked up a flush draw and then hit the flush on the river. And I bet 10K on the river, and Doug called.
Oh, my goodness.
So it was a $25,000 pot, the biggest pot I've ever won.
Oh, my.
It was off of Doug, too.
Yeah.
Owner on owner crime.
But I was stuck the most I'd ever been stuck at that point. I think I was stuck 20-something thousand, and then it got me a lot of the money back. Still ended up losing 12,000 that day, but it was nice to get a big chunk back, you know.
That was quite the roller coaster. I remember that one that evening pretty clearly. 5 o'clock on the Friday. It's officially the weekend, boys. Congratulations. You've made it. And you ladies in the chat, I did not forget about you.
I'm good for that. So that's why in Rounders he says the fucking barrage. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Don't forget, folks, the main event going on right now, the $3,000 buy-in. Perhaps the largest tournament ever in Texas, a $2 million guaranteed prize pool.
Yeah, and the series was the largest series ever in Texas. $5 million guaranteed.
What better way to go home with the trophy and all that cash? Flights tonight, 2 flights tomorrow, and a champion will be crowned on this stream for a special broadcast on Tuesday for that final table.
Yep, it's going to be fun. Okay.
I like that we have the chat again without like
Interesting thing happened to me this morning, guys. I've never overslept for anything in my life. And I played a little bit too long last night. Overslept, missed a 9 a.m. conference call for my business, and boy, was I embarrassed. Never have overslept.
The poker life is just getting to you. You're on a heater. You're starting to think about all that hard-earned cash, and you're slacking.
You're going to have to drop out of law school. You're going to have to start driving the truck.
Yep. Good thing you're the boss of your other business, so does it even really matter?
Yes, it doesn't. It doesn't. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, but it does. If you've never overslept, you know that feeling.
So you're not an alarm guy, huh?
I'm not. Definitely not an alarm because I always wake up at the same time every day. 7:36 a.m. Central Time. Slick Rick opens his eyes. It just happens. I don't know how.
I was wondering why your hair is all disheveled today. That explains it.
Oh, horrible feeling.
Did you pop into the call late at least? Tell them to, you know,
No, I just
like and subscribe to the channel around 4 p.m.
I just admitted to it. Ace 4-5, couple hearts.
Jack on the turn here, so Jake looking for a 10 to Broadway. Panther Sam's not going to let him get there for free. Makes it $400 to go. So Brad's got 10% of Jake. It's nice to know that Brad's got 10% of all my WSOP tournament entries as well. Thank you, Brad.
Do I? I didn't know that.
I just announced it.
Yeah.
I didn't even ask.
What's your how many tournaments are you playing?
I'm probably only going to play the main and the that mystery bounty one right before.
I got you for 10%, Mike.
Woo! See, that's how it's done, folks. That's how you broker deals. You got 10% of Rick, too?
No.
Oh, man!
Rick's on his own.
Brad, Owen slamming me.
Got him.
The body slam.
Got him.
Now, Rick, you probably have more caches on Hendon Mod than I do.
I don't. Although I did pick one up this week because
Did you?
Lost
Nice job.
reports.
Nice. What was that one in?
Is the freeze out $300 Lodge Championship Series freeze out. I finished 15th.
We got him.
I was like,
Got him.
I randomized, I didn't line on raise.
200 plus entries, finished 15. That's good for Slick Rick.
So I'm like, all right, fine. I call. And he's like, he shakes his head. He's like, you got me. And he took me, he's like, got a king. And I'm like, that's top pair.
Doug's telling a story, but the action's on him. It's 500 to go. He's got a suited ace on the button, makes the call.
Kitty Kue is in the chat. Hello.
I like that. That's cool. I like the way he wants.
She's been to the lodge.
She's got a crush on Pierre, too. I think she was supposed to be in this game, but she's out there in Taiwan. Shout out to Taiwan. King 8-8, the mystery hand for Panther Sam.
He always asks you, what should I have done?
He does, yeah. He loves it to win pots, and that's what she's done. I'm like, Terry, you're doing just fine. All right.
Not the flop that Doug wanted to see, surrenders. And now he shows
An 8. It looked like it was an 8. No?
8 of hearts?
Yeah.
8 of hearts. Absolutely binks that flop, but does not get rewarded. Doug cannot continue lazy down. Rolling 8-handed today, probably going to go 9-handed tomorrow. And if we get this like total up, I'm going to start releasing some names.
Yeah, we got to get that up. I actually don't even know the lineup tomorrow. I'd like to find out. So hit the like button.
Yep. You're going to know the names that I say.
I think I know one or two of them that were kind of mentioned in a chat earlier, but I'm not 100%.
If you say it early, we're going to have to kill you, Brad.
Well, I won't. I'll make sure that I don't. I'm very
we
good
didn't
at
tell
keeping
Rick the lineup because he can't keep a secret for anything.
I like to share. I like to share information.
You like to wake up
Wow,
late.
here we go.
Queens.
Another battle between Doug and Jake. This is my favorite thing to watch.
Decades, definitely. Okay.
Large 3-bet from Jake, out of position against Doug, makes it 2,100 to go. Well, 4x, and Doug wastes no time, makes the call. So 4.4 in the middle. Doug's going to need an ace.
There it is. Ace 7-7.
Is this still your favorite thing to watch, Brad?
No, I'm dejected now.
Drawing a 1 out is Jake.
We've seen it before on this stream.
It's still available.
We've got the backdoor spades. Oh, we bet $100. I like it.
You weakened it.
Oh, no, 1.1. Okay, I missed the yellow or something, I guess. Oh, those yellows look like green sometimes.
Green a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Spades no longer available. It's just one out, one time.
Looking for the queen of clubs from space.
Jake slows down. Doug's got to feel confident he's got the best hand and wants to charge spades, clubs, perhaps those kings, queens type of holdings. Imagine he doesn't think Jake has queens when he has a queen in his hand. But
4,100.
Kings, jacks, definitely possible. Sizes up large, 4,100 to go. Jake can't like this. It's going to be a tough decision for Jake. Makes the call, fires in a piece of bubble gum, and now this pot is about 15K. The one outer doesn't come, the check mark for Doug. Backdoor clubs get there.
Probably win, but suit them.
Checks it back, lets his buddy off the hook clean. Aces and seven greater than queens and sevens. $15,000 going to the 4 seed.
Block that hand.
Yes.
And it looks like the 200 straddle is on. So around the 200s got through there. Richard up 7.3.
The Corey partner with a $4.99 super chat. Have a great weekend all. You too, Corey partner.
You have 0 bluffs?
I mean, you gotta know your customer.
5:09 Central Time.
I'm not worried about ace jack.
That's fair. I was like, please, nice offsuit deuce over jam. Oh, it would have been great. You know?
That's what dreams are made of.
It really would be.
I wasn't sure what I was going to do if that happened. I was going to randomize.
It was gonna be rough.
Raise 2,000.
Queen River one time.
Mariano making it 2,000 here.
That would have sucked.
One of the early straddle positions.
2,000.
2,000 there, and Ethan's going to make the call. Relatively loose call. King Queen only has 6,000 behind. And what's he going to do here? Both players with over cards.
It's the most brutal kind of stacking too, where you double someone up and then they double them again. Where it's like you're just
$1,300 there, and Ethan snap folds. So
it's like 4x damage.
don't really like Ethan defending there. $2,000 in proportion to his stack size, because if he doesn't connect, he's got to release. And even if he does connect, he could be crushed by a superior holding from Mariano there. So Ethan bleeding a little bit, surrenders 2,000.
You got the mixed hand course? You got the mixed hand course?
That I do not have.
Shout out to Upswing Poker. That's what Doug's referencing at the table. If you're not familiar with Jake Abdallah, aka Jake the Snake, he is a mixed game wizard. Really doesn't play a lot of No Limit Hold'em, but he teaches a course on Upswing Poker for all you mixed game lovers.
Oh, nice, yeah. Where did you go? Aria. Okay, cool.
And there's going to be a new course coming out with Petrangelo, right, Brad? In the future, I think, perhaps?
That's right. We're putting out a very comprehensive course on cash games. That'll be out likely in the fall. Petrangelo is, you know, just one of the absolute world's best players, whether it comes to cash games or tournaments. Specifically for cash games, we're going to have pre-flop charts for ranges with 100 big blinds, 200 big blinds, I think 300 and 400 big blinds for straddle, no straddle, rake, no rake, ante, no ante games. So that stuff is going to be worth the purchase price on its own, but I'm also getting coaching from Petrangelo. That's kind of a smaller section of the course. We're filming that, and yeah, it's going to be something really special for cash games.
We don't have rake here. We have fees.
Happy to give you extra fee.
Keeps getting pushed back because Petrangelo's
busy.
a bit of a perfectionist.
He's also playing a lot of tournaments. He already has a course on Upswing regarding how to win tournaments.
Right, and I referenced that quite a bit as well. Actually, I've been looking at that when I was playing the WPT tournaments, and then before I played the $800 event here. I won't get a chance to play the main event because we're doing meetup game Sunday. It's during day 2.
Yeah, I can't play the main here either because I'm going out of town.
Where are you going?
Pretty disappointed about that. I'm going to Michigan. I've been going back and forth to Michigan a few times. Just quick trips, 24-hour, 48-hour trips back and forth.
You're gonna die a hero. You live long enough to become like, what's the?
But when you can't be there for day 2 or the final table, there's really no point in entering day 1.
Right.
A little pro tip there.
I don't think so.
Then it's not a dark night. I mean, maybe they say
Not
that
much
in
going
the
on
video,
here for
but
Panther
that
Sam.
way predates that.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Doug's going to get one through with his 7 Dewey.
It says two-face.
For the love of the game, it's not on today.
It's like an expression that goes.
Only these small blind button bonuses in play. The occasional stand-up game, aka What's Up.
I shouldn't have said that. I'm terrible.
Super chat. Infidel Viking, you know YouTube keeps 30% of the super chat. You guys should stream on Rumble and keep more of the money we want to give you.
No, I know. I'm sure, like.
Well, we appreciate all of the super chats, whether YouTube gets their cut or not. We are thinking about multi-streaming on different types of platforms, but right now, YouTube is where you can find us. Also, the Lodge Poker Club, all these social medias, sites.
I hate the Euros, how it, like the dollar bills get
But we really do have one of the largest and most generous
now it just doesn't fit in your wallet.
chats in all of YouTube, and we really do appreciate that. We don't take it for granted. Slicer making a 1600 here. Richard, early position. Got Slicer dominated, but how does he want to play this here? Flat, 4-bet?
He might have that hand in the back of his mind where he didn't 4-bet ace king. Wow, he folds.
Lays it down.
Folds the ace queen.
I remember when, like.
Giving Slicer a lot of respect there. Didn't think folding was in the cards.
I didn't think so either. I thought he was leaning more towards a call or a 4-bet.
And he would have connected with that flop too. Could have won himself a decent amount of money, even though Abdallah now with the ace and the flush draw.
Like something you could buy for like 1 lira. Now it's like 1 euro. It was just so retarded. And everybody was like.
10 of spades would be a spice one. I don't think that's available though.
Certain countries are much bigger winners than the EU.
Yeah, you can see in the top right,
Like Germany is awesome for it because
just Slicer's outs. Actually, it could be available. Did you see someone fold it pre-flop?
by
I didn't, but I'm a little confused why it's not.
Because it gives Jake a flush. That's why it's not up there as
Yeah,
now.
That makes sense. Whoops. It is available. Let's hope it comes. Max Payne for Slicer.
Jake picks up a gutter as well.
but basically it's like Germany does really well and then like the poorest countries do well because they
6,000 here in the middle. Actions on Jake, 93% equity here. A stranglehold on this one. Slicer's been telling a story. And he's continuing to reach for chips after Jake checks. Action on Slicer. What does he make it? 4,000 or so? 4,000. So foot on the gas here.
yeah, right.
Jake going nowhere with top pair, drawing to the nuts, and also picking up additional equity for the wheel.
This is when stack sizes get to be kind of interesting here.
Yeah, this pot is building. Only 11,000 behind for Slicer. Will be about the same for Jake if he makes this call. Throws in a piece of bubblegum, makes that call. So 14.2 in the middle.
There we go. Yes.
And the flush gets there. The nuts. And Slicer, I thought that was a check, or is he going to pull the trigger? He will not. Wisely Waves the white flag.
How much you can buy that?
Sneaky, sneaky Jake, but he gets there. Was ahead the entire way. Slicer just going to have to take a sip of that White Claw, regroup. Brad's counting his dollars right now, but the session's not over yet. Brad or Jake.
Been some big pots. Big pots.
Been some good ones.
And I think we have more to come based on something that we saw earlier. So be sure to stick around.
Yeah, I've heard some screaming out there from the Austin room and the Round Rock room.
My brother Matt Owen in the chat says, nice hand, Jake.
What's up, Matt?
I invested in a company.
Don't think I've ever met you before, Matt, but Bradley speaks highly of you. So you got to come down to the lodge and introduce yourself.
I forgot what the stat is, but it's like 90% of the company is
Ace 8 suited here for Slicer, rebounding quickly, getting after it. 500 to go. Panther Sam with the ace queen off.
First set under the table. We don't want anyone to know about this.
Gonna fire into 3-bet here, makes it 2,200.
How much of the cap table is not white bet?
2,200, not really what Slicer wanted to see here with
That's another
ace 8. He's gonna have to lay it down. Lisa doing an excellent job in the box.
You always pick that up.
Somebody just added on 10,000.
Here's how it goes in Texas. Someone says round of X, and then that means forever.
So in like 2 hours, we're going to be playing like 1K2K.
Yes, you're catching on.
Looks like the 200's on permanently now, so it's 25, 50, 100, 200. It's been that way for quite a while.
Because then if you get stuck, the pots start to get bigger, so you like have like a reason. Well, but it gives you a chance.
No, this game. Yeah.
Slicer again raising the 500. And just like last hand, going to face a 3-bet from the small blind.
10-9 suited is one of those ones that the solver likes, to 3-bet from the small blind.
I like it.
I actually never played it.
And you know Doug knows. He sleeps with a solver.
He does.
But Slicer's not going to give up that easy here. We're going to see the classic flip, 5-5 versus 10-9. 5 still in the lead here on the Queen 7-4 Skittles flop.
Oh, right. Not Dario Minieri?
Dario Minieri is definitely worse.
Some backdoor potential for Doug. Straights, flush, available potentially. And he's going to reach for chips, probably going to make this like 12 or so 100, makes it 14.
It was so crazy. He played like every hand.
And that's going to get through there. Slicer not going to defend the 5s there. Sometimes it's just that easy, Brad. 3-bet to a large sizing, 2,100. C-bet, take it down, 10 high.
Doug's made quite the comeback.
I used to like watch him.
Yes.
Seems like he's kind of rolling, getting in the groove a little bit.
He was our Tom Duan.
It's nice to see Doug here all the time. He's been battling on multiple streams. Some go his way, some go the complete opposite way, but he still shows up with a smile on his face.
For those of you who are interested in how Doug's doing overall, he told me last night that he was stuck, I want to say 25,000 at the lodge. So I know it was over 300, I believe, at the low point.
Wow.
He's gotten a ton back, and if he has a good session today, there's still time left. He could
be in the black potentially.
Be in the black.
Wow.
I know Andrew's in the black. I'm in the black now.
Yeah.
We're just waiting on Doug.
He'll get there eventually.
Having a Porsche no driver's license is kind of...
You know who's in the red lifetime?
I don't want to say.
It's not even a car where
You could say it. Just guess. Lifetime.
If I had to guess.
a driver's license, but you have like a Bentley.
Slick Rick.
That's who I was thinking.
What?
Not lately, but
My
lately
he's on a
comeback.
tear.
He's on a comeback, kind of like Doug, but similar to Doug, he's in the red.
Doug only down $4.4 thousand. He was down close to 14,000 when I got in the booth, so maybe I'm his good luck charm.
See, here's the difference between me and y'all. I'm an enthusiast, a poker enthusiast, so I don't even keep track of my wins and losses. That way I'm not.
Winners don't say that kind of stuff, I don't think.
And that way I'm not sad if I look at it and say I'm losing.
I've seen you lose some pots here and get pretty sad, pretty steamy, and then storm right out the building.
Never.
What are you talking about?
Never storm.
You ever slammed your fist down on a poker table in anger,
Yes,
Slick Rick?
I've seen it.
Never.
I've seen it. That's a lie. You're
I've
lying
done it.
to the
I've
people.
done it. Jiggities from Jake. J Llama with the jiggities.
Fires in a 3-bet, it seemed. I think I saw a banana chip in there. A hefty 3-bet, 1.4.
I think Brad's in this one. That was
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate that.
Shout out to Brad from Jake right there. These guys are on the same wavelength right now. Jake's a funny guy.
Yeah, I wonder, yeah, he is a really funny guy. He's one of the most fun guys to play with. He's got that mixed game twice a week now.
Yeah.
Be sure to check that out. I played the 10-20 limit game with Slick Rick yesterday. Slick
Yeah,
Rick,
that was fun.
you won 400?
Yeah.
I won 160.
Nice.
My first time playing mixed games in
15,050.
6 or 7 years.
That's awesome.
That'd be an unfortunate hand to have for that.
Well, we've got about an hour before we
Especially 'cause I think that's everyone
account for our overtime number, and we're sitting at 1,200 likes. We need 550 more likes, folks, to get to overtime.
It's possible. Definitely possible.
I can grab you it.
I don't know where they are. I will go grab it.
It's the employee area. Do you want my club?
Yeah, if you,
1,100.
All right. Don't pull my hand. I'll be right back.
1,100.
look at this. We got Doug Polk grabbing us. We made it. Easy life. We made it.
Never miss a party.
What Jake just said?
You never miss a party? Is that what he said?
Oh, God. It sees a 4 in the window there.
Check.
Same hand, same for Jake and Richard.
Richard does have the backdoor flush draw.
1,200.
And Slicer's the one here betting into multiple opponents, 1,200. Richard's going to keep him honest. What's Jake going to do here after connecting with this flop? Oh, he raised. Richard doesn't even flat, makes it 3.6, so a hefty raise from Richard. Makes Jake's decision a little harder now.
Both of them have blockers to 4s full. I think that's definitely in the back of Richard and Jake's mind right now.
I just brought some drinks in case anyone wanted anything. What do you want here? You got either.
thank you. Yeah, I'll take whatever it is.
Do we move anyone?
Richard takes it down. Gets Jake to fold the same hand as him. Pretty nice play.
So, folks, the Lodge Championship Series is winding down, but still have
I know so many.
a couple flights left in the main event. One today at 5 p.m. that just started, and then 2 tomorrow, 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. All it costs is $3,000. We're giving away a guarantee of $2 million. You get 50,000 chips, 50-minute levels, and the final table will be live streamed right here on the Lodge Live on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Slick Rick and Andrew Nini in the bunker on that one.
Is he assigned to employees? Like I've never been in a job before, right? And it's like I go out to dinner like the break room with the staff.
The drinks are starting to flow, the conversation getting a little bit more lively. Even more so of a reason to get us to overtime.
Travis Smith says, hey guys, I'm moving to Austin Sunday. Been a fan of y'all's independent streams for years. I hope to run into some of you guys. I'm sure you will, Travis. Make sure you say hello. And make sure one of the first things you do when you move here is become a member of the Lodge Mahal.
Most weeks I go for 2 days. Some weeks I do 3. And then during like big events and series and stuff, I come like 5.
Which day do you play the 510? Because I never seen it.
So I don't anymore because this game exists. Streams on Fridays.
Okay.
He canceled the 510. Well, let me rephrase that. My game. Now it's just a 510.
Okay. Because I thought you would play this once a week or something.
No, not anymore. It's just better to play the streams for like this stuff.
Raise 700.
700 is the raise from Pier with Queen Jack suited. Doug's going to come along. Don't know what he has yet. There we go. King 6 suited. There's a 6.
Nice
for Doug.
flop for Doug. He's got the hearts to go along with his pair of 6s, and Pierre not firing in a C-bet here. Checks it on over. And Pierre's going to check call with the overs. And now it's the flush, but it also brings in the open-ender for Pierre, so this could be trouble for him as he's drawing dead. Checks it over to Doug. You know, he's going to be starting to build a pot here. 2.5. What will he make? No, trappy trap. Sneaky, sneaky. And Pierre has whiff, so only holding queen high, 2,500 in the middle. Let's see if he wants to take a stab. Hopefully it's not an overbet type of bluff situation. Because you might as well just flush that money down the toilet. Reaching, how much is it?
1,800.
That's 1,800 Pierre's never going to get back. And just for shits and giggles, Brad, how much are we raising here? What are we making this?
You know what? I'm not that good at guessing, to be honest. But he might go big here. He really under-repped his hand, obviously on the turn, checking it back. So the hands that he's representing with the raise aren't going to make a ton of sense.
60. Wow, I was thinking around 6,200.
Sure you were, Mike.
I was.
Me too.
I was. I asked you, Brad. You didn't give me a
number. I said
number.
that he was going to go big. He went big.
I need numbers.
Yeah, you're a numbers guy?
Sometimes.
And we wave goodbye to Lisa. In comes final table Kevin. What is he wearing on his head? A new hat?
Wow, I don't think I've seen this.
What does it say?
You know what the pot was?
Hey, everyone.
I think it says the Lodge Card Club.
Very
Chakra.
nice. Part of our new gear.
It was a healthy
Now, Brad, you were wearing a nice hoodie last night, your line of hoodies. Are you going to be selling those at the lodge?
Well, look at Maestro with the zoom in on the hat.
Wow. That's amazing.
We are zooming. Lodge
Yeah,
Card
we've got a lot of new merch here at the lodge, and if you come by, visit, be sure to pick yourself up one of these hats. We also have another one with a gray brim with our lodge logo on it.
Plenty of new merch available, and it's all going to be up on that website shortly.
I like that hat.
Very shortly. I've never even seen you really wear a hat besides that white one that you wear.
really well because I had a very good hand.
I like hats.
You know, Rick only got like one of those white hats. Didn't even ask if I wanted one.
This is a rare
Special
all-white special.
Kind of selfish.
It looks nice. I like that one.
There you go. Be careful with how you look at it. I didn't see it, but you're pulling way up, and like I'm next to you, so.
All right.
I didn't see that.
Skydive emoji said, Brad isn't looking at the chat. LOL. Give us some love. All right, guys. I am looking at it from time to time, but trying to pay attention to the game. I appreciate you guys joining us for today, and be sure to hit that like button so we can stay overtime, and I'll address many more questions.
Brad definitely answers all super chats. That's one way to get heard immediately. Just saying. It's true. Jacks for both players here. 2 pair now for Doug. Connects with the turn. Richard in trouble. The old check raise from 2 to 800. New price here for Richard. And he doesn't look too interested here, but reaching for chips. Makes the call.
Skydive Mogi. Been confirmed. Matt Plumley, what's up, dude?
Matt Plumley's the man. Shout out that he watches every stream.
Hugh Osborne watching from Glasgow, Scotland. And Doug with his 2 pair. He's going to win this one.
Richard has the calling chips in his hand here. Looks to be leaning on the call.
It's so hard to not pay Doug off, you know. He's crafted this image at the lodge, particularly on stream, where he is clearly not afraid to fire and not afraid to put a lot of pressure on people. So when you've got top pair, you got a blocker to the straight. Not that matters too much in this instance, but
got to pay it off.
Yeah.
And even if you lose, you still got a smile on your face and got
Yeah.
into a battle with Doug.
Richard has had a great attitude the entire time. Props to him.
All the way from Philadelphia, folks. If you're watching from anywhere in the world and you want to play on stream, Skull Mike Poker, Twitter or Instagram. Reach out. We'll pick a date. You'll come on down and you'll be in the mix.
Our chief of police just arrived in Chatsville. Chris the Cop, Chatsville's chief of police.
Josh Martin asked for mug details this weekend. Me, Doug, and Andrew are going to be going from table to table. Official start time is 4 p.m. We're playing 2-5, 1K cap, and the 5 seat's going to be left open. We're probably actually going to get started around 2 p.m. That's where we're going to start opening up the tables. So if you are able to get down to the lodge, be sure to come by, have some drinks, we'll have a good time.
When is this, Sunday?
Sunday, the 22nd.
Nice.
Sunday.
I'll have to stop.
Are you in town?
Yes, I'll have to stop by.
Last time we had 18 tables. I think once the meetup game ends, we'll probably hang out for a little while just to chat with anybody who maybe didn't get a chance to play with one of us. But we're going to go to as many tables as possible. Pretty much guaranteed that at least me, Andrew, or Doug will make it to your table. And maybe 2 of us, maybe all of us will make it to some of
great.
us.
It's going to be awesome. Looking forward to it.
Pair of 4s for Richard is going. Infidel Viking 999 Super Chat says, Brad, I've watched your vlog since episode 22, like 4 years ago. Your videos are always first in my feed within 30 minutes of release. Seriously rush whenever I've seen them to this day. So there you go.
That's awesome. Yeah, just film the intro and outro for one right before hopping into the commentary booth. So that one will come out Monday. It should be a good one.
Maestro Matt Sweeney just ripped his button-down shirt getting into the bunker. He's got a hole in his shirt courtesy of the door handle. That's a rookie move.
Not even Slick Rick has done that.
Yeah. He fits in.
I love Maestro Matt Sweeney. Always striving to make this show just a little bit better each and every show.
You know what? It's like that scene. With
That's
like
what you got to do.
Skylar
What can I do better?
Dude, we need to hang out less. I've never even made that analogy before.
Pacer Don says, need a camera in the bunker. I kind of agree. You guys should get one.
No one
No?
wants to see us.
Maybe in the new studio.
You wear a hat with your face on it, Rick.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, sold. Let's get the camera.
That's a new studio project.
It's an excellent point. 2200 is the bet from
We got
Ethan.
a lot of playability behind here.
Yeah, he's 2 point. He only has
I can
3K
definitely make a
behind.
move. Let me see. Yep. Let me see. Yep. Okay. Yep. Still 7 high.
Stop call. Not me.
All right.
Ethan says, let's get it in, begging for a call. Not going to get it from 7 high.
Dustin Owen's in the chat. That is my cousin.
Is it really? No, it's not, because there's an S on the end.
Got him, Mike. We got him.
Well, your brother showed up yesterday, the other day.
No, he was in the chat today, too.
Okay. Because he said that he was the one who bought. See, we had a T-shirt bet when you were wearing the Austin, Texas shirt on stream the other day.
He knows.
And I didn't think that you were an airport apparel purchaser. I thought
You think I'm too good for airport apparel?
I just don't think you would.
You know, I got to kill
pay
some time.
extra for something.
Yeah.
I think you're a smart guy. Not that you're cheap, but a smart guy, a smart shopper.
It wasn't that expensive. It was like $20 for the shirt.
All right.
But yeah, my brother got me the shirt.
So technically,
I brought him out to the lodge when was that? I think it was in March. He came out for a couple days, and then yeah, we both, were flying out at the same time, and we saw the store, and yeah, he was nice enough to buy me one.
Older or younger brother?
He's 4 years older.
Jiggities for Mariano. Not much going on here for Doug on this board. Mariano goes for the check call line, a very disguised pair of jacks here. 8 needs to concern him just a tad, but now feeling pretty confident after the turn goes check, check.
Great run out for Mariano.
8's full of jacks. Goes check, check. Mariano hoping and praying that Doug would take a stab there.
Mariano's up a few thousand. He's had kind of a quiet night, though. He hasn't played too many big pots, but he's taken down a lot of small and medium-sized ones.
Yeah, reminds me of the session that you had about a week ago.
Yeah.
Pretty similar. Hasn't made any mistakes, up 3,200.
There's the cumulative winnings. Richard from the Philly Fanatic is up 7,700. Slicer now throwing the party down 9,400. Doug now up 500. He was down a ton of money. Now he's in the plus column.
Big slick for Pierre, opens the action to 250. Panther Sam with the suited ace right next to him makes the call.
I just heard a last call for DQ.
So that's what I
All
just
right.
heard too. DQ, are you in the building or is there an imposter?
DQ texted me and asked me if it's true that you're selling 10% of your World Series of Poker.
He texted you?
Yes. He wanted to know if it was true. I have no idea. Ace 10-4, couple of hearts. 2 pair for Panther Sam.
I also have a text from DQ. That's funny.
Something for everyone on this flop. Top 2 for Panther Sam.
Yeah, this is trouble for Pierre, though.
I like the classic coloring where it's like reds are 5, green 25, blacks are 100. I hate when it's like, oh, let's get fancy. We're gonna have white something, and then we're gonna have some like random blues in the minor ones. And like, let's make it throw an orange in. It's like,
Panther Sam not slow playing anything here. Going to charge the hearts, the Broadway draws, hopefully a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack you have crushed currently, and these players are pretty deep. And Pierre, thinking he's got the best hand, goes for the check raise. New price 1,500. If I'm Panther Sam, I'm just flatting the 1,500 and seeing what Pierre does on the turn as he makes the call. 4,000 in the middle.
Ooh, and somebody folded King Jack.
As they should, but this Panther Sam's not going to love this turn card.
I don't think either of them are going to love it too much. Pierre picks up a gutter, so his equity goes up from 18 to 23%.
But the 8 hands like Ace Queen now get there as well. But Pierre's not slowing down, 3,300. Panther Sam has acted pretty quickly on every decision so far. But he doesn't love this turn card. Don't see him raising, don't see him folding. I think he's going to end up making the call and reevaluating on the river. All in. I stand corrected. All in. So Panther Sam goes for it.
So Pierre has the ace of hearts here, so it makes it a lot less likely, and he has a king blocker as well, so it makes it a lot less likely that that Panther Sam is doing this
With
as
the
some kind of
flush
a
draw,
bluff.
right.
Yeah.
Probably 14, 10, 14.
I got them, and I only
But
ever had
it makes it tougher for him to have the straight that he has the king blocker.
Yeah, very possible a hand like ace queen, though ace 10 that Panther Sam could have.
Yeah, I'm just saying when I had them, I didn't think they were like that.
Maybe it went the other way. Maybe it went from
Pocket tens, likely to take this line.
I think they're just
Pocket fours. All possible in Panther Sam's range. So Pierre just with one pair, top to top. Plenty of people overplay ace king. Like
Did you just say that?
I was looking at you when I said it.
I've been arguing that point
Yeah,
for 2 years now.
This was like 6-3. It's unbelievable. But,
not always the case though. Pierre likely to end up sending these cards into the muck.
I think I want to.
After this hand, huge super chat announcement. What is Pierre going to do here?
it worked out that I was like one of the 2 summers I was playing.
He basically beats like king, queen of hearts.
But like otherwise, it's like you can't pay a debt with cranberries. It's like how am I gonna
Yeah, losing to a lot of hands that we already mentioned. So Panther Sam hasn't gotten out of the line once today.
He beats queen jack of hearts if that was somehow turned into a bluff. Jack 9 of hearts.
What do you think? Is he calling or folding? Rick?
I think he is going to fold.
Brad?
I think that he's going to call. I think that he's going to call. It's hard when you're stuck and you're in these kind of situations. He's been in some not fun spots the entire day. He didn't get that bluff through against Doug.
I think he's going to fold.
What do you think, chat? 1 if he calls, 2 if he folds. 1 if he calls, 2 if he folds. He's reaching for chips, and he makes the call.
Bradley.
Brad won.
Correct one. That's why they pay him the big bucks. That's why he's the WPT latest new ambassador. And Pierre looking for assistance. Will he get it? One-time Max Payne.
He's looking for a king, queen, or jack. Looking for paint is Pierre.
That's all you got, ace queen.
That's not going to be it.
And they run it one-time Max Payne, so 33,000 all the way over into the 3 seed.
Wow.
All 4,000 people in the chat loving that, especially DQ and DQ's girlfriend,
Yes.
right, Rick?
DQ's girlfriend with a $299 super chat. Mike, don't tell DQ, but I will back 10% of your action at WSOP, so Brad won't have to do this alone.
Right.
DQ's girlfriend.
Wow, I love the support. Love the support, guys. I'll keep you posted. I know where to reach you.
Pierre got pocket fours. It was a slap call.
Thank you, DQ's girlfriend.
DQ's girlfriend. He's got multiple girlfriends.
Yes. 4,000 in the live chat and growing. We appreciate each and every one of you. Small blind button bonuses going on there.
I'm in there, Dave.
DQ's in the chat yelling at his girlfriend, too. You love to see it. Only DQ super chats that high, not his girlfriend.
Are you sure?
Big pot on that last one. Pierre's going to have to regroup. Didn't even think Panther Sam was going to rip turn there. Was wrong on that. Thought Pierre was folding. Was wrong on that. But it all worked out for the 3 seed. As the dust settles and a new hand is dealt, Mariano's looking off into the distance. Shout out to Mariano coming down to the lodge, multiple visits.
Yeah, he's been here 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's good to see him on the stream. He's come out to a couple meetup games that Andrew and I have done. Obviously, does great work, and in my opinion, I don't think, you know, he's just like the best poker playing vlogger. So
wow,
it's awesome to see him crush. He's done really well lately. and he's obviously studied and improved his game a ton. It's
That
cool to
is
see him here.
a huge compliment from you.
I want
Yeah,
to continue here.
he deserves it.
But I've learned that this is how bad things happen, and I'm giving you some respect.
You have to. Never bluff. Always value bet against you. Never bluff.
Slick Rick, Skull Mike, and Brad Owen in the bunker today. Glad that Brad could join us. And if you're a fan of Andrew Nemes, he will be here on Tuesday in the bunker as we broadcast the final table of the main event, starting at 2
I think
p.m.
I'm going to watch that from start to finish, Rick. Should be exciting. We don't usually stream a lot of tournament poker, and that one very well will have a large prize pool, perhaps the largest ever in Texas, and somebody's going to be walking away with a very, very large sandwich and a lot of bragging rights. So you're not going to want to miss that stream on Tuesday. You're not going to want to miss tomorrow's stream and Monday's stream too. I got some special guests for Monday, so the entire week is must-see TV. So you know where to be from 3 o'clock to about 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, right here on this channel. Turn on the notifications, like and subscribe to the flop we go. 7 high, flop 4 and a 6.
There's 6s for Pier.
Flush draw for Richard.
Yeah.
Also gutter ball.
Although I did call a 3-bet when we played our biggest game we played before the suited.
Paul, we have the ability to put a stream at the bottom, a scroll at the bottom. We have had that. We just got rid of it because we want more of the view to be about
the players and the table,
not scrolling words.
It looks a lot cleaner and more professional this way as well.
You got a call. You think, okay, ace king, your forward's good. You're supposed to do ace
Casey said Brad just made it an even go. I'm up a good chunk now here at the lodge.
Another heart on the turn, so the nut flush comes in for Richard. Pierre already throwing the party, drawing dead. Pierre reaching for chips here. This is Danger Will Robinson for him.
900.
Drawing dead makes it 900. And if you're Richard here, probably going to lean on a raise. Both players very deep. What can your opponent have here?
How did you enjoy that PLO game that one night? Remember that late night where we just like, that was so random.
I was stunned.
Doug and Efan having their weekly conversation. You thought it might be at a coffee shop. Instead, it's right here at the lodge, table 11.
Like
under the light.
Pierre lays it down.
And I look, and there's
Arnold, greetings from the Netherlands. It's never a show until we hear from the Netherlands.
Huge
in the Netherlands.
Huge in the Netherlands.
Huge. Yeah. What's bigger, Australia or the Netherlands?
That's a close call. We have our first official fan club in Perth, Australia. 34 members of the Slick and Skull fan club.
That's a lot.
That is.
That's about 33 more than I would have estimated.
There you see the VPIP. Doug leading the way, 38%. Slicer down at the bottom, 16%.
Somebody sent me an Instagram picture with a fat head of McLovin in the streets of Perth.
Wow, that's great. I want to see that.
That was great. I don't think I could show you, Brad. I could just tell you about it. We'll have to go see it in person.
One hand where I checked potted it.
Jonah Schwartz watching from South
I
Africa.
have to call this, and I'm like, oh god, this isn't gonna work. Remember that first hand where I had like the blockers? So, like,
4,000 in the chat. We thank you for joining us live. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast.
Pacer Don says Slicer using the Brad Owen strategy for VPIP. I had 29% on Wednesday. I'll have you know. Get out of here.
Looks like the chat's found a soft spot.
Yeah, they did.
Brad,
you know, you get in here,
from the booth.
you wanna try and put on a show for people who are watching it. Sometimes you can't always do that.
Pair for both players here. Top pair for Mariano. Goes check.
And then I kept calling them down with like really questionable hands, and I was like, all right, you win. And I'm like, guys, this is not.
They were, yeah, I thought.
Who were Doug and Ifan talking to?
Heading them. Yeah, I'm a station.
Talking to each other about
They still trying to
a story that both of them know.
very big man.
It was great, honestly.
I know that they put in a ton of time together playing 100, 200.
Yeah.
I think one night in particular where it went well into the morning. I think.
That's a true story.
Ace of clubs.
Not the
On the
greatest
river.
run out for either player. Goes check, check, and the jack will be good enough. Doug's just going to have to sigh. The conversation ends, and the chips go to the 1 seed. A couple towers of banana there.
Easy games, easy money.
I think he's in for 50K. Is that right?
Mariano?
Yeah, so he's
Yes.
putting together a nice little win.
Correct.
Nice little win, I say, as it's like $7,000.
Not too shabby.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
But for this game, it's just massive. You know, you got these huge stacks. Pier, he's been in a lot of tough spots.
Same with Doug early on. Doug's been kind of quiet recently.
Yeah.
Cards-wise, not verbally. Little chatterbox over here.
I'd like to be up $7,000.
Yeah, you could sign me up for that, too. Rick prefers being up $400 and bragging about it.
I'll take it. That's big for me. It's all relative, you know? Mariano with yet another pot coming his way. On to the next one. We are about to hit the 6 o'clock hour. That means we're about 35 minutes away from when we tally the overtime likes. Now, if we don't get to 1755, which last time I checked we were around 1500, we won't do overtime. Skull and I do not bluff on this. If we don't hit the overtime number, we don't do overtime just because we love to do this. We want to do more. It's Maestro Matt Sweeney wearing his ripped shirt. Very stylish. Oh, I love it.
If the stakes weren't already absurd, I would crossbook.
Yes, it is Brad Owen in the bunker with Skull and I.
Couple suited connectors here for both players. A raise and then a 3-bet. Mariano in position on Slicer. Let's see if Slicer's going to make this call. No, he will not. Lays it down.
Oh, he's so bad, but he can get.
What do you think the line would be if I played Helmy as one of those?
It'd be really nice to see where the market went, though.
Doug talking about playing heads up with Helmuth. Let's try and listen in if we can.
That's true, yeah.
Wants to know what the line would be for a heads up battle. What's the chat think? Who would be the favorite? Doug versus Phil in a heads up battle. And what would your line be? I want to see some fair lines in the chat.
You know, as much as I don't like the way he has acted, obviously berating players, he has run through every heads-up challenge that he's faced. Helmuth.
I believe he's 9-1.
I mean,
on the heads-up challenge.
Yes, he did lose one when they had the bracket, though. He lost to what's his name, Peterson, in relatively quick fashion.
Pearson, yeah.
He lost to Dwan one time, but that was really about it.
You know.
I think he's playing Scott Seaver now. Is that right?
Yeah, he beat Scott.
Oh, he did already.
Yeah,
okay.
That was a very entertaining match, by the way. I watched a lot of that, and I was entertained.
Still like 800 cases. Like, how much of myself do I want in that? I don't want anything close to 800K.
A lot of people saying Doug's the favorite still. Don't see anybody picking Phil. Well, plus 950 for Doug. Yikes.
Dude, there's so much variance in that. That's why I like anyone getting plus 150. It's just like insane. Yeah, the market was bad in that one. I mean, Negroni was definitely but he's probably winning that way.
Don't forget, Doug's going to have a challenge coming up soon here in a couple weeks with Jungle Man. You're not going to want to miss that. June 3rd.
It was probably like 54.
Is that's 2 weeks from today, no?
No, yes, it is. 2 weeks from today. Unfortunately, I'm going to be missing that one. I will be tuning in, though.
As blinds escalate, there's just so little room
For
to
it.
even have that much.
Should be a lot of fun.
Oh, we should do another.
I feel like if Doug crushes that, then he'll look for another challenger.
I'm down for another stand-up.
If Jungle beats him, he might crawl into his shell and say, "Oh, I'm not playing Phil." So we need Doug to take that one down and then conquer the world.
It's gonna be brutal if I lose the second.
So we gotta try a little.
We gotta make the penalty a little bigger. That's gotta be 200.
I tried it very hard.
200.
Every stand-up game.
Looks like they want to do the stand-up game again, and the penalty's going to be 200 ahead.
I lose 2 of them.
Doug's always trying to raise the stakes.
6. That's my stack.
We're using an all-in stand. The last person to lose their stack.
I mean, look, if the table was like 1K, I would do it. But like the dynamic
We
of
can do
that
200.
is so fucking insane.
We can do 200. Because the first one is 150, now like 200.
Alright.
Third one 250. That's reasonable. keep like play.
Nobody likes the stand-up game more than Ethan.
He loves it.
He loves it, and he loses a lot of the time, too.
He just likes the action, you know. He likes the action that it creates. Likes big pots, whether he wins or loses.
Ooh, there's the ace for Slicer. Doug with the 9s again.
It's like, I'm gonna play really.
That's why you love to play like, what's that called? 3 best hand?
14.
Some shit like that. Third best hand, right?
Yeah,
There's a good.
just make shit
What's
up.
the fun? It's just, yeah.
Not a good board here for Doug, but he's going to keep Slicer on us, at least call one street here.
1,400.
He's got the 9 of spades, so he's got some. He's got the backdoor flush draw.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
It's too bad to be in big blind. It has to be like, you can't win a pot over a certain size.
Slicer doesn't give much away at the table. Always pretty consistent with his body language, breathing, bet sizing. A tough opponent for sure, and he's got the best of it right now. Ace with a jack kicker. Doug in rough shape with the 9s. This bet will all in. Over bets the turn, rips 12 into 7.
Does he actually have 12? I don't know that he
Was it left?
100% had. Did he have 2 pinks?
I see a pink down there.
I saw a pink too,
Just
but I thought
one?
when I looked earlier that he had kind of a smaller stack and maybe only had like 6K or something.
That makes a lot more sense.
I had 9s. I'm pretty sure with the spades.
He might have 2 pinks though, I'm not sure.
Either way, Doug cannot continue.
Looks like he has 2 pinks now, but
I've been putting it on, I think.
yeah, it's got to feel nice, you know. 3-bet, hit top pair, get
Yes.
Doug to call one street, and then
Take
and
it
then
down without a
yeah.
sweat, yeah.
Sorry, Pier, you've had enough wins. I've seen you win over Sergeant.
No, let me whine anyway.
Pierre been zigging when he should be zagging today.
Yeah.
I've had some days like that on the stream as well.
Maybe we should get Rick into one of the Monday lineups. You know, he's been feeling himself.
I mean, I heard he just came off a $400 win.
This week,
Rick,
I've won 1,800 at the cash table on Monday. I finished 15th in a Lodge Championship Series freeze out for 833.
So you're
and I
hot
won
right
400. I'm hot right
You're
now.
hot right now.
Yeah, we weren't asking for all the numbers.
I'm happy to hear him though.
I mean,
so how much are we up this week total?
I'm up, what is that, about $3,000.
$3,000. That's a great
About
week.
$3,000. It is for me.
I
For me,
mean-
it may be one of my best weeks.
That's
in a-
156,000 a year. If you keep this pace up,
If you interpolate it out, yes, I guess it would be.
it's pretty good.
So I saw it when I switched it off.
So are you going to play on Monday or what?
No, why? You need a player?
For you, I'll make room.
No.
No?
People don't want to see me play.
Let's see in the chat if
let
you
the
want to
people
see.
Play. Let the people play.
Let's see if the chat wants you. If the chat starts yelling for Slicky Ricard, we might have to fire you out there.
Jake's up 4K, and so now I've got 10% of that. So I've matched your win yesterday.
Yes. You did.
You want to do a side bet to see who wins more? You, Yesterday or me today?
I'll take
We're tied right now.
Sandwiches?
David Grant wants to see you, Rick. And Rick is actually at 4,500 from the meal and your. Yeah, that's true. Was Nick from Yuma at dinner? Was he in the steakhouse? Was he spying on us? Because we got the appetizers, we got the oysters.
Chatsville overwhelmingly wants to see Slick Rick in the game.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, this is the time to do it when
you're feeling good.
Strung some wins together. You've got all the confidence going for you.
That's funny.
I mean, the only thing you've lost lately is sandwiches.
And the boys are up. Stand-up game 2.0. Are we voting here, boys?
Oh, we're
losing?
going round 2.
All right, they're doing stand-up. Stand-up.
I got first pick.
300 a player.
I got
300 each player.
Richard.
You're going Richard again, huh?
I went Panther Sam.
Oh, you went
last time.
Sam last time, right? That's right. I'll go
Clock.
Slicer.
And I will go. I'm going to go Mariano.
Ooh, okay. That's a bad pick. Who does the chat think is going to be losing stand-up? Remember, we are crowning a most valuable chatter after every stream, and if you pick correctly who's going to lose stand-up game, that's going to award you points and put you in the running for the MVC.
Between me and Jake, we have one person that's up a lot in the 2040 and then one person that's down.
I'm actually up in the 24. I'm just down in 1020.
Okay, sorry. I'm saying we should switch games.
Oh, it's the stand-up game. 300.
We're almost to overtime. We got 1,700 likes. Need 1,755.
Ooh, wow. Pierre picks up pocket eights and the under-the-gun straddle here with the stand-up game going on.
All the votes coming in right now. A couple for Doug, a couple for Mariano, Slicer, Panther Sam, McLovin. I love how the chat calls him McLovin.
You can't live it down.
As you should.
I know.
It's the, you got a show, sir.
Organ donor from Hawaii.
That was a good line, too, in the last vlog. I laughed at that, too. That was funny.
Charlie doesn't play poker, but
Just quietly slip that in there under the rug.
Yeah.
It's funny.
It's fun for me when people don't get it, and then, but like half the people do.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time that I gambled.
Pier, first one to sit down. Remember, this is a stand-up game. Win a pot, take a seat. Last person remaining standing. I believe they decided $200
$200 penalty
per player.
The tax.
The tax that is must be paid in full.
Who's the IRS of Chatsville?
Uh-oh, not good for you, Mike.
No, not good for me. I need an ace. Somebody have an ace here. 500, a large open by Richard. Not good.
E-fan, he might put in...
Pocket fours, he might just... Oh, no.
What?
Giving Richard a
That
little
was
respect
not McLovin-like.
Really? No defense from anybody?
Whoa. Wow, I'm really surprised.
Come on, Doug.
The E-fan folded to a single raise, right? We're straddling to 200, I think, right?
Ace for Doug. Ace for Doug. Makes the call. Let's see an ace on this flop.
Yeah, that was unlikely to work.
Ace 4 Jack. No.
Queen 10 tray, a couple diamonds.
I'm dead.
You had to get it out of the way.
C-bet coming from Richard. He's going to take this one down.
600.
Take it down.
Well,
Take it down and
nice knowing you, boys.
Skull Mike leads the contest.
Is that legal?
Two players sitting.
Do we allow that here?
You ever picked up a big hand while playing the stand-up game, Rick?
I've never played the stand-up game.
Well, you have your opportunity on Monday when you get thrown into the lineup.
I'm not playing.
What if
Monday.
we buy some of your action?
Okay.
Monday game.
Okay.
Who's we?
I don't know. I don't know. Chatsville. How do we
You guys give $1,100 to a waitress to eat 11 pancakes, but you won't stake me. Now I'm very hurt. Now I'm very hurt.
You know what? We'll stake you if you eat the 11 pancakes
Yes,
while playing.
I like it.
I need to lose weight. I don't need to gain weight.
You'll free roll the whole cash session if you do that.
Hey, this rookie has got to get in there.
300.
That's true. I did play the stand-up game once. Somebody just reminded me that they played it with me. There you go.
No,
it must not have been very
I'd
memorable.
I'd be willing to maybe work out some kind of deal to get you in there.
Tag team cash coming up soon in a couple weeks. Maybe we'll get Rick in for the tag team.
Yeah,
cash.
that'd be fun.
Those ones are a little bit less
I'd do
painful. Those
that.
are fun, yeah. Ace queen here for Doug, standing up. Pierre 3-betting while sitting down to 1,600. That's a sign of strength. The meta game with the stand-up is always pretty interesting. It just adds a whole nother level. And now you have a player sitting down 3-betting to 1,600. Doug defending, making the call. And it's a jack-high flop.
Oh, you thought I format? Yeah. Oh, I thought you did, yeah.
Not really the flop for Pierre, but he's going to fire in a small C-bet. Makes it 1,000 to go. For that price, Doug's going to continue, or perhaps even raise. Looking for a queen, king, or an ace. Ends up making the call. Now pot at 5.6. And speaking of 6, what a card for Pierre. Now vaults to the lead. And he's going to slow down a little bit with his showdown value. Hoping and praying that Doug checks behind. But that's not happening. Not today.
3,400.
And now if you're Pierre, what do? You started this mess. Now you're in the lead on the turn, but worried, not quite sure what your opponent has. Pretty savage from Pierre here if he fires in a raise, knowing that Doug could be doing this pretty light just for the opportunity to sit down. So if Pierre maybe comes with something like 10 or 11K, that would be just lovely, but he elects on just calling. And that's good too, because he's in the lead here. Doug needs help. Doesn't get it. So Pierre will be checking this over. The king-queen gets there. Doug with just ace high. Wave the white flag or fight for it all. A massive bet would put Pierre into the blender for sure.
Wow. Oh, man.
All you can eat, soda on the side. A massive bet from Doug. And Pierre, to his credit, has not folded the pair of sixes just yet. The clubs have missed. The king-queen gets there. If Pierre makes this call, it's for his entire stack. This is a $22,000 bluff from Doug Polk. And Pierre looks like he needs assistance. He needs a medic, perhaps a bottle of Tums.
Credit to Pierre for even thinking about this. My cards would be in there before Doug's chips hit the felt.
What do we think he's doing here? You nailed it last time, Brad. You said he was calling. This would be quite the hero call, the hero that the chat needs.
If he calls this one, I'd be shocked, and he deserves to win. He's going to earn all 22.4K if he calls here.
This is the hand of the afternoon, folks. If you've been here since the beginning, you better smash that like right now. Take some time and do it right now. Subscribe, like to the channel. You'll have time to come on back into the video. Pierre will still be deciding.
It would be so fucking out of line.
He lays it down, and Doug gets it through.
Oh!
And takes a seat.
Shows the bluff, too. The 6 was good.
And Doug chipping away at that lodge deficit now.
That was nasty.
He would have called a lot of.
That was super nasty.
You got a what? A pair of sixes.
I'm really glad I got you off a 6 here.
Okay.
Doug had ace high, and he's getting mad at Pierre for not folding a pair.
Congratulations, folks. You did it. Only you did it. Hit it, Mikey.
When you're like, I just can't win.
We're going to overtime.
Yeah, if that doesn't get enough likes to keep this stream going, I don't know what will.
Congratulations, chat. You did it. 1,755 likes in the bag. Thank you. We will be going into overtime. Give you more of this great stream. Jake with the ladies.
It would be like the greatest be up there. If you wanted that'd be genuine.
Yeah, no clubs in Doug's hand, and he had the queen, making it so he could rep the straight there.
What is it? A pair of six could lose to a bluff. That's his concern.
I mean, you just needed something better.
No, 9 will not jam.
Sandwich bet here. I'll take the threes.
Okay. I'm the queens.
So if you're choosing sandwiches?
A queen and a three
We're
are
still-
out,
we're
so
still
we're still
live.
live. It's action. It's
a
live.
fair fight.
5-6? Yeah, if you told me with that would have just been like. That would have been fucking. Honestly, like, if you had called me with that, I would have had to just, like, tip my hat. I would have been like, alright, let me pay the man how much he deserves. Pay this man his money.
I guess I didn't think of any squeeze.
Doug and Pierre still talking about the hand prior.
Here comes the flop. Nobody gets a sandwich there. King Jack 6, couple of clubs. Pierre looking for the 3 of diamonds. That's about it.
I'm really curious about what Doug has here.
Yeah.
It's like, but when you start to play for like more money, people are like, it's like real money, you know? Not that it's not
Another club. Both players with a club, but
I'm not trying to.
Pierre just with 1 out.
As the stakes go down, people just like see the rough goes up. Marty Mathis? Yeah, he's like awesome guy. That's like one of his like very low ups.
Both players now with a flush.
Nut flush here for Jake.
The nuts.
Stay in Miami. He came to my wedding.
Nut flush board is paired though, so full house possible, but unlikely.
Yeah, especially given how this has been played. Checked all the way through. Jake knows he's got the best hand.
The passing out part makes the most sense in that story. Because he doesn't
2.4, Pierre thinking about it, put to the test again. Back-to-back hands where Pierre not quite sure what to do. Made the wrong decision on the last one, but you can't blame him. This time, calling would be incorrect.
Yeah, I didn't know you had that gear.
And it looks like Pierre's going to make this call. He's going to pay it off. So not the best afternoon for Pierre.
That's a great lay down from me.
As Radley's watching from the rail. Shout out to Radley.
And it was really, I got
Yeah, I've been playing with Radley
Okay, I feel like I should get a tip.
the last several days. He's a really good guy.
Yeah, he travels around a bunch. He's from New York, and he likes the meetup games. He follows your guys' content a bunch, so loves the lodge, and we welcome him here.
See, he's still like on.
And we welcome all 4,000 of you guys into the chat. If you've not been to the lodge and you want to play on stream, this is the way to do it. thelodgepokerclub.com/livestream. Couple questions on there, multiple choice. I know Nick from Yuma loves multiple choice questions. Or contact me directly, Instagram or Twitter, Skull Mike Poker. All different types of stakes, small, medium, large.
My man is still in there. My man in the hunt. Brad's is still in there as well. $600 raised from Panther Sam. Doug with King Queen suited. 3,000 to raise.
Keeping your cards behind the fort. Like I can't even see the up cards.
Oh man.
All right, finally I won one.
Oh, you were small blind?
Doug needling Jake about his chip stack, hiding his cards behind the fortress over there.
Doug wins the small blind button bonus. We'll put $50 more on the button to start it over again. The only person who can win the money on the button is the person in the small blind. They win the hand. They also scoop what's on the button. Right now, we're in the middle of the stand-up game. Last person standing will pay a tax of $200 per player as a penalty for them being the last person standing.
Search on YouTube for Tough Fish. It'll be like 2007.
All you got to do to sit down is win a pot. Mariana folds again.
Like the original, like people tilting clips, basically.
600.
This just happened last hand. A $600 raise from Panther and another raise from Doug.
Doug's really mixing it up here nice. Knows that these players want to sit down. The opening range are wider. People are opening large, and Doug is punishing them, applying pressure, 3-betting the 2K. With king 6 off, in the lead, gets the call. And a C-bet will likely take it down here from Doug. Probably going to make this maybe like 1.4, something like that. Looks to be going a little larger.
No, you nailed it. You got it right on the head.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? Doug Polk here.
Wins another one.
Rick's excited.
What do you show?
It's a lot easier to find that sound clip, huh?
Well, that one was because he says it
Every time.
every day.
Right.
Shout out to Doug.
Fred
He's
Flintstone
done
in the house.
Really? There he is.
What happened to this? This is not right.
Doug won and he didn't pay from the last one.
Another mess.
One hand penalty.
This never be good.
You gotta play tight this hand.
I just don't like when standers try to open to my right. I gotta keep them in line, you know?
Yeah. Standards are the worst.
Standards. So you just hate standards, Jake?
I hate
Here,
them
what
so
do you think
much.
about standards?
What are standards?
Am I up against 2 standards?
Oh, standards. Oh, they say standards.
What did you say?
They're the
I'm against
worst,
2
alright?
standards.
I mean, just take
Shout out to Kim for doing a great work once again, helping out with the production.
Both wanted too bad. I can't play this game. It's not 9-6.
Probably I'm gonna do it.
You did get a really bad seat crowd today.
Raise. Make it 800.
800. So raised Mariano.
That's the kind
That
of
was
play
my
that
pick.
means
Both
you
players
gotta
hit an
be the
ace.
best player of all time.
You would have come in spot. I would call San Martino.
Yeah, like,
Sorry,
I got some bad news.
Slicer going to come along. I better hit something here or Mariano's going to win this hand. Uh-oh, I did. 2 pair now for Slicer. Mariano's going to fire again here, I would imagine, to try to take a seat.
You don't have king KO. Yeah, so like.
The turn is a 6, but there it is. 6 of diamonds. 3,300 is the bet from Mariano, and what's Slicer going to do here with the 2 pair?
So it's,
I mean, I should have done it just because of the stream. And if I get stacked, at least I get some stream credit.
I mean, I'll tell you what, if you call there with that, I'm going to really think about my spots in the future.
Here, that didn't work for me.
It didn't work, yeah.
If you're done, he'd have like ace-9 suited.
I know.
Got him.
All in from Slicer with 2 pair. Mariano asking for the count. Those pink chips are 5,000 each. Should be close to 17,000.
All right, so 16,650.
16,650 is the bet.
Some small bets, bigger bets. I saw the bigger bet, I was like, all right, we're going fucking in. Like, oh, I have a 6. I'm like, what the hell?
It's my guy going up against your guy in the stand-up game.
I think I'm going to win this one. Mariano with a lot of outs, though.
If you had queens again, that would have been brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Wow,
Makes
he
the
calls.
call.
Table, guys.
Ace 10 versus ace 6. He needs a jack 10 or 7, Mariano. It's not one of them.
Looks like they just ran it once.
Slicer's going to win a huge pot, $37,000 pot for Slicer. And Mariano, one of the first missteps of the day for Mariano. And more importantly, he has remained standing.
I don't think it's more important that he remains standing.
Good point. Brad, you're making some solid points tonight.
Thanks, Rick.
Rick, you wear a hat with your face on it.
Yeah,
And
no,
you're worried about a camera in the bunker. Good point.
Yep.
In that big hand, did you add on 6? You pulled that out of pocket.
Just stumbled upon Fred Flintstone out there. Fans of the stream know who he is, but we're going to keep this game 8-handed today. So hopefully we have some blood and we can mix in some of the stream favorites.
Slops is in the chat. Joseph Costello of YouTube fame. Hello, Slops.
Yeah, that was a huge pot that goes Slicer's way. Ends up drilling the turn card. Mariano, if they weren't playing the stand-up game, I don't know if Mariano would have made that call, but maybe we can talk to him afterwards.
Right call, he paid somebody off, I missed it.
Yeah, there was a big all-in, ace 10 versus ace 6. They both flopped an ace. Slicer drilled the 6 on the turn, ripped it.
Yeah, that's tough. How large was the pot?
It ended up being over 30K. I'm not sure.
So now Mariano's stuck a decent amount.
I think it was a rip for about 17,000 on the turn. So maybe it was over 40K, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, if the stand-up game wasn't on, I'm sure that might have been an easier fold, definitely.
Still time left for him, though.
Yeah, but it could be automatic.
Ace, King, 8, couple of spades. Straight draw for Richard. Chris asks, where is Ginge? Well, he was here all last week.
Yeah, Ginge is back out in Vegas, but he'll be coming back to the lodge, I'm sure, in a couple of weeks.
What a good guy he was. He is.
He was. Wow. Yikes.
He is.
Good correction there. I saw Sabado out there. He's trying to get in onto the action.
Sabado.
That's amazing, right?
You build the big games, Rick. They will come.
Yeah.
Crawl into the lodge.
Yeah?
If you write code, create the software for a new one.
I mean, I saw that. Yeah, I watched it.
Of all the things to complain about.
And what do you know here? We're late into the stand-up game. Only 3 players standing, and
I've heard a lot of complaints.
McLovin's still
about
standing.
So many subjects.
It's not
And
it's a lot of
Mariano.
complaints, like, to get it this better, you see. Because I knew
2
that,
players you wouldn't think would be still standing.
Panther Sam. Who had Panther Sam? Anybody?
She said she's doing
Nope.
that.
I had Mariano. I'm the only one left.
The hat, all the things.
He wants the second the cards are dealt, everyone's hand and stacks immediately show up on the left side.
Immediately shoot you all.
Need everybody to cooperate real.
Aces for Doug.
You know.
So, I mean, cards
We haven't
already
seen
are like
aces,
this, so how
really. Have we seen?
I don't recall.
Not since I've been in the booth that I could remember, at
It's
least.
pretty amazing, though, on that previous stream when you were playing with Boston Jimmy for the giveaway. There were aces dealt with 4 hands in a row.
Okay,
Wow.
I didn't know that. I didn't realize that.
9s and 10s here, so hello.
And aces. So we
Oh,
could
this
all
could be-
take a sandwich bet.
And then if you have problems, you're
Well, I
screwed
don't.
because now you don't have a person in there.
We might not
who can
be
correct it.
going
You
to a
just
flop
have the
here
wrong
three-way as the door is open. Jake probably going to be sticking around
No,
here.
it could not be night.
And then Doug's going to lay down the boom when the action gets back around to him.
Raise.
Oh, Jake and Doug again.
Uh-oh. This is trouble.
Uh-oh announced.
Wow.
5,000.
Doug has to be licking his chops here.
Don't know what that Mariano has.
5 bets to 5,000.
Does he have kings?
Oh my goodness, the mystery hand.
These stacks are just like black. What do we got over here?
Doug trying to remain calm, starting a casual conversation in the middle of this 5-bet hand with aces.
Oh, ace queen suited.
He's trying to get a correct count of the stack sizes all the way around. Has ace queen dominated, has everybody crushed
he
it.
can't ever 6-bet bluff here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it flat in this instance.
But if he flats, then he opens up the doors with aces to be going multi-way, perhaps 4 or 5 ways, and you don't really want to be doing that with aces.
We just see a cold 4-bet followed by a cold 5-bet.
I think we're seeing a raise, and that's probably going to give a lot of information to the rest of the table, and Doug's just going to clean up a smooth, 8 or so K in the streets without even seeing a flop, perhaps. Hopefully McLovin doesn't lose his mind and lose his remaining 5.6. And here comes the raise from Doug, reaching for some bubble gum, making this
12-5. 6 bets. Efan laughs. Jake gets out of the way.
Everybody's going to call.
I mean, you can't ever have anything else other than aces.
Oh my god, what a dream.
I open aces, it's like 3 to 4 to 5, we're just going
Yeah, tough enough to look strong there.
But it's actually like, I mean,
You'll get a 4-bet.
there are some like hands you can 4-bet where it's like I'm getting it back right when it goes for them, I'm not getting it for them. It's like,
Black calling.
it's a relatively small too, so I call it some
What did you have?
What you got?
You didn't have anything, you just cold 5 bet? I just thought you were full of it. Oh, wait, I randomized.
Look at Mariano, doesn't want to give a thing away to the table. Not telling the table that he had ace queen suited.
It is on stream, so they are going to find
They'll
out.
find out, but they're going to have to look
Sure.
after the stream. Mariano not really a regular here, so he doesn't have to worry about players picking up on it.
It was actually really nice for you guys that he came in because we're so deep that like
Tough spot there for Doug, like you mentioned, but you don't really want to open the door of going multi-way there with aces and
What does he
losing.
pick up, 10K without seeing a flop?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
I got line with ace king getting in versus you guys that he jam fold. So definitely versus E-Pawn.
Like if I have queens there, it's like, all right, you have ace king, ace
And folks, you got to remember all in the chat, this is a temporary studio for us, and we think we're doing a good job right now, but it's going to get much, much better than this. So you stick around to the channel in the upcoming months, you guys are going to be blown away at what we do here.
This has been a fun stream. We've seen a lot of really interesting hands. I don't get blown away too much when I watch poker that often, but we've seen quite a few hands today that have got me excited.
So Panther takes a seat.
Are you not entertained?
So I believe we're down to the final 2 players standing. Mariano, Efan, right?
5-bet back to you, and I'm just like.
Is Efan going to lose 2 in a row here? My goodness, that would be painful.
$1,400 in play for the loser. $200 per player. A tax must be paid. The tax man cometh. Efan wakes up with 10s. I think I might get through here. I think Mariano is going to be the last man standing.
Mariano has to call. Almost. No, Ifan just called. Is that right?
Yes.
He just called at 200. Oh, wow. No, Mariano, you can't fold there.
I don't want to give you just like a chance just to like
lays it down.
Pier makes it 1,000. Now, what does Ifan do here with pocket tens?
He's going to rip it. All in.
He does. He goes all in. And Slick Rick is going to be. What does Pier call? He called.
Wow.
I need to fade a 5 here.
I mean, you
And
jinx
I'm gonna get a
yourself real
sandwich.
hard.
I'm going to get a sandwich here. I'm calling it right now.
Who?
You picked Mariano.
I picked Mariano.
For the stand-up game.
Wow, we're going to almost hit 2 of us. He's going to get 2 sandwiches.
Yeah. No. Oh, Seti Magetti. It's over.
Unless we go run
Ace Jack. No.
It's over. I will take a Italian from Hoodies, gentlemen.
Should I fix you some sandwiches?
And Mariano loses, and he throws $200 at Richard.
51.25.
I don't know if he threw it. Somebody threw it. Oh, it's 300. Oh, they went 300. That's $2,100. Tax.
Yeah, it was like a goalie.
Paid by Mariano, who was the last man standing.
Yeah, rough couple 30 minutes here for Mariano. Everything was trending in the right direction, and now he's a little bit on a free-fall. Looks a little steamy there in the 1 seat, scratching his dome.
Well, I mean, not like collegiate or anything, but
I know that he crushed it yesterday. He's got a chance tomorrow. I believe he's playing on the stream tomorrow as well. So,
wow. How many likes are we at, Rick? Should I start sending some, giving some names for tomorrow?
Yeah, you can give names because we are at 1,900 likes. Go ahead and give some names for tomorrow.
Let's get to 2K likes, and then I'm going to give some names. Let's get to 2K right now. I'll wait about 5 minutes to get to 2K. And then I'll fire out some names.
Michael Me in chat says, Mariano down like 33,000 in the last 15 minutes, but who's counting?
We are.
You want to play on the live stream? There's how you do it. Get in touch with Skull Mike.
The problem with two-tabling drinks is that they both start to get warmer around the same time.
Looks like we're at 2K likes right now. So let's give one name right off the bat. How about Alex Foxen?
Oh,
$22 million in tournament earnings, one of the world's best, right here at the Lodge this weekend. He's going to be on table 11 tomorrow.
Under the lights.
Mariano in the 1 seat. He'll be back for another go around. Under the lights. Big Daddy Chaz will be in the building tomorrow, grinding. Jay-Win in the lineup tomorrow.
I opened 5 freezers under the gun.
It's going to be a murderer's row type of stream.
Jay-Win is an up-and-coming vlogger.
Yes, he is. He does great work.
So many people following your lead. You and Andrew's lead.
I don't really want to beat you that
Brad.
But like stacking Jake would have been just amazing.
A lot of people following y'all's lead.
Yeah, pretty cool to see.
I was like, all right, I'll take it, but I really.
But yeah, I'm actually really excited to see Foxen tomorrow. He's one of those guys. He's one GPI Player of the Year.
Correct.
He's always up in the top 5, top 10.
Yep, won some tournaments earlier this year at Poker Go Studios. Has a table presence that's pretty unmatched. Really, you can only really think about Steven Chidwick, who kind of matches that. He's got that stare, looks right at his opponents, straight into their souls.
And, oh, by the way, his wife finished 5th in the $750K guarantee that we just ran earlier this week.
And she made a final table up at Choctaw, Maine, along with Chance Cornett, and that's going to be happening in a couple weeks. So Kristen Bicknell or Kristen Foxen, she's in the building as well. I spoke to her this afternoon.
We've got some pretty big names at the Lodge for this Lodge Championship Series. Andrew Moreno, who you mentioned earlier, Johnny Vibe's brother.
Yeah, he's played on stream here before in the past, too.
So he would always limit, he'd always cap it.
That worked yesterday with this guy. Yeah. He fired the night off, and then it was like razor.
Huge stream tomorrow. We'll be on air at 3 p.m. Central for a little Saturday afternoon
We go play at a place called
poker.
Edgewater. We go play Edgewater. and we're shooting the shit, we're drinking. And then we have a hand where he limps in under the gun. Which I'm like, fuck is this? I look down at Ace King, we're like 400 or 500 blinds deep. So I isolate him.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Doug's doing today when that cumulative winnings graphic comes up again.
And I'm like, all right, we're like, I'm like,
He's winning money for sure.
He's got to be, yeah, he can't be too far away from getting unstuck for
Lodge history.
He
Yeah.
jams, or we raise, I can just let Ace King go. And if he calls, I'm going to be ahead. So I raised him, and they think she'll, and he says, I'm all in. So I let it go, and he shows me the Queen 8 suited. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, well, when you were telling your story...
Wow, Mariana's got the aces now. All right, let's go. Let's get some back, dude.
Saw your hand, so I just knew it was never ace this. So I told myself, no matter what he does here, I'm going to put every last chip in pre-flop.
Wow. Doug's saying, I knew it was never aces, just having a different conversation. Now he looks down at tens, and he's up against aces. Mariano with a grin and a smile on his face. Knows he's in for a big one here. What did Doug make it? Just elects to flat the 600 on the button. Luckily for him, Jake folding a 10, so. Slicer coming along here with the 6, so going 3 ways. And the aces are still here in the lead. Perhaps a road to an exit for both Slicer and Doug on the queen, king, deuce flop here. 2 overs to both players' pairs. Doug gets away, loses the minimum there. That could have been a lot more expensive.
2 overs on the flop. That's never good for a pocket pair.
Frustrating for Mariano there, trying to make some money back, claw back to even, and really only wins about 1,200.
Here it is, the cumulative winnings. Mariano now down 16,500. Pierre, the big loser, down 36,700. And Doug up 9K, and Panther Sam leading the way with 15,000.
Yeah, that was that big hand with Pierre.
Very quiet, quietly for Panther Sam.
Slicer having a good day as well now that he got the double up.
I don't think I could move in and then leave. I would just need to see what happens. It's hard to imagine that I need to go to the bathroom bad enough where I would 500. Leave the table.
I really didn't want to miss hands. Well, I won the tournament, so it worked out.
That's where you went wrong.
And then, like, the next time I played the Rio, I think it was like 8 years later, and I crossed with my friend. There was the same guy who had lost the tournament making the same move. And he lost first place crossbook.
10-8-6 on the flop. Doug with the jacks. Great flop for jacks. There's no right way to play jiggities.
Doug's starting to get dealt a lot of pocket pairs. Aces, 10s, jacks, had 9s a bunch.
Is that all within the orbit? Aces, 10s, jacks? I think so.
Pretty close to it.
That was a big hand pre-flop.
Take a look at the Lodge cam, the main event going on right now, $3,000 buy-in as we look at the VPIPs simultaneously. The Lodge is packed. Come on down, see it for yourself. Free soft drinks, tons of good people, good vibes, nice energy. Located here in Round Rock, Texas, folks. Just about 20-25 minutes from the Austin Bergstrom Airport.
Two more flights in the main event tomorrow, 11 and 5 p.m. Then the ladies event on Sunday at noon, $300 buy-in. And then on Sunday evening is the final event of the Lodge Championship Series, the Turbo event, $1,000 buy-in. You get 30,000 chips, 20-minute levels on that one. And we will be streaming the final table of the main event on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Andrew Nemi, Brad O, and Rick Slick Rick. I went through all of them.
Surprised you didn't call Brad Doug or Doug Brad like you've been doing in the past, too.
I've done that twice, he says every time.
14K to get.
Jiggities again here, but gets out-flopped by the ace of Slicer.
Stallona enters Chatsville. Stallona, welcome back.
What's going on, Stallona? Thank you for joining us on Friday. Renee's in here as well.
Get in there. There's so many. He's always on my left.
Yeah, now that I think about it, basically every single week, like when I just said you kings, I was when you left.
Yeah. Every single weekend.
Remember when we were like 5-10 and you would like have queens versus me every hand?
At 7 p.m., we will be announcing our first MVC, Most Valuable Chatter Award.
You got any front runners?
I do. For our first one, I have a special one, but we'll each get a chance to make our case.
Yeah, I can't remember being yours if you're right. Oh no, one time when we were in
Aces with the check mark, going for some very thin value here. A nice bet from Slicer, targeting a hand just like Richard has here. Richard looks to be paying it off. Nice bet from Slicer, dialed in right now, trending upward.
Monster Stack Wizard with the $10 super chat. I'm gonna let Brad read that one.
Excuse me, which one he said there was no right way to play the jiggities? Well, we've seen jiggities be played quite a few ways today.
it's a direction.
Seems like it's working out for the most part. Jake got the double up early on with him, or just a few hands in, really.
That's why I lost, right? That was good. Oh, the check raise. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, you lost.
No one's gotten too hurt with the jiggities, right?
That's one of those spots where versus the field, when you call, you're just like.
People are getting hurt with Big Slick, though.
But still have to call. Although it's funny, like when I was
Michael Nearhood.
poker,
Hey, what's up, Brad? What's going on, guys? Yep, Solana Fierez. I'm in the booth with Slick Rick, Skull Mike. You guys do an awesome job.
Thank you, Brad. You're not too bad yourself. Always welcome in the booth whenever you please. Doug might be in the booth with us tomorrow night. If he's not on the felt, he'll be in the booth. But I'm going to try and convince him to play in that game tomorrow with that stacked lineup that I mentioned.
I would kind of like to see him on
Foxen
felt with
battle.
Foxen.
Yeah, me too. Let's put it up to the chat right now. Do you want to see Doug in the booth tomorrow or on the felt? Booth or felt? I want to see him on felt. He can come in the booth the following week. Renee votes for the felt.
You're really mixing it up, huh?
I'll take whatever.
Yeah, Modelo, I'll rip one quick. Come on.
It's like when you go to the sushi bar and you buy drinks for the chef.
For the booth, couple for the felt.
I've been known to deal my own home games at,
Yeah, I always like seeing Doug on the felt personally. I mean, you see those massive bluffs that he tries to get through, and most of the time they work. I don't think I've really seen him get picked off that I can remember.
Yeah, that was a nice bluff that he showed with the ace-queen. He gets picked off sometimes. Seen him get picked off.
I mean, what I expected from Texas. Now everybody.
He did rip it on Jake when Jake had the jiggities.
The entire room is people that moved here. Yeah, I've been here for a year, and it's like 35, 40 years of my conversations with people that live here. I've been here longer than they have.
Yeah, I think the longest in Uber was like, I've been here 8 years.
Yeah, we could probably do the best of both worlds tomorrow. Actually get him on the felt and then maybe into the bunker for like the final 45 minutes of the stream. So I think that's really the recipe and the secret sauce.
Tell me more.
Mariano raising the king-queen on the button 600.
I've been here for 1 month, 1 year and 4 months.
I've been here 1 year and then one and a half sessions.
And that was much more commitment. It's like, oh, I'm a month 3.
How long you been?
Yeah.
So everyone's under 2
The
years.
button bonus for someone 32.
Renee says, Brad, it was really cool seeing you versus Doug, that last vlog, student versus teacher. Yeah, that was a cool vlog. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, go to my YouTube channel, Brad Owen. See the vlog and me playing on the stream. That was filmed a couple weeks ago. It was my biggest win. I got into a couple big hands with Doug, and I ended up winning a pretty big one when I hit a set versus his pocket jiggities on a 10-high board. but I learned I learned a lot of how I play poker from Doug from the Poker Lab on Upswing. So check that out.
I think so, yeah.
Coming out with a new cash game course in the fall with Nick Petrangelo on Upswing. That one is going to be one's going to be a little bit more advanced, but very excited for that to come out as well.
There's someone want to play in this game, but I want to talk about offspring.
I think general rule you can't like make it 9 for anyone.
Yeah.
It's too late.
That's a bad precedent.
And it's too late.
Yeah, that's it.
You guys like only 30 minutes or 1 hour within 1 hour.
Unless you like systematically reward someone,
But
like
if only 1 hour,
gave the
1
best
hour
actor
left.
and you lost the most money, you get like a special 9-minute ticket.
Yeah, you're like a token.
You make it a thing, like on the stream before, it's like, oh, you lost so much, you have a 9-minute
Seven
ticket.
Deuce Jammer says, Brad, who's your favorite Euro player?
Dude, that's actually a fucking...
Probably Patrick Antonius. I've been able to hang out with him a few times. He's just a funny dude, and really enjoyed watching him play when I first started getting into the game of poker on the high stakes television shows.
I like Patrick Antonius too a lot. On the cash side. What about on the tournament side? You gotta. I know Antonius plays tournaments as well, but he's more of a cash game specialist. Tournament Euro that you like?
Let me think about that one for a little while.
I like Steven Chitwick a lot.
I guess you could say, well, yeah, Steven Chidwick, yeah. He's exciting to watch. Fedor, he just came out of nowhere and crushed. So that was really exciting when he had like that year-and-a-half run or whatever it was. When he
was crushing. He was the best in that year-and-a-half span. Right now, you know, the best, probably not a Euro, but he's from down under. Michael Adamo is just crushing souls.
Yeah.
Playing very, very solid.
Crushing the high rollers.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard Negreanu talk about that guy recently.
He's good.
And
Very
said that
strong.
he's doing things that he hasn't seen before anybody do.
300.
So interesting.
I think he's extremely aggressive.
Yes.
And not afraid to fire multiple bullets.
He said he does things with his sizing that nobody's doing right now.
Sizing.
King 9 deuce.
Nice
I was going to make a joke, but I did not. I was going to ask if Slick Rick does anything with his sizing that no one else is doing, but
answer there is
I
no.
think I'm going to get in trouble. We don't have the joke of the day. I'm not going to be allowed back in the booth. Sorry, guys.
Rick never even usually mentions the S word ever. It's nice
I don't.
It's nice to know that he's mixing it into his vocabulary and his thought process.
There's the Lodge Cam. Both flights of the main event are going on right now in the back. There's Fred Flintstone right there with his back towards us.
Don't have the Yabba Dabba Doo queued up yet.
I went to lunch today in the Domain, and I get to the restaurant, and he's just chilling there.
250.
Panther Sam going to get busy here. 10-7 diamonds. Makes it 900 to go. Panther Sam going to take it down. Nobody wants to battle with him. He's got a very tight, strong image right now. Hasn't gotten out of line at showdown, and the players are giving him some respect. And he just stole one there. Sabato talking with Doug. Former boxing champion is Sabato right there on the bottom right.
Your wife's friend's very funny.
I believe we've got the Warriors-Mavs game tonight. Is that right?
Game 2.
Game 2. Who you guys got?
Warriors.
Yeah.
Tara McDonald, best commentators in the game, including Brad. There you go. Thank you, Tara.
Maybe we go watch that again. Although
Yeah.
Doug's saying as soon as this ends, he's going to go home because he hasn't gotten any sleep. And
He's going to watch the Warriors. Hard to imagine. He's a big Warriors fan.
We can convince him.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, we're going to be at the pool hall, and then
we're
going to be at
IHOP.
Denny's.
We're going to be doing the 11 pancake challenge ourselves. One of us.
Rick.
I feel like
Rick, call me for IHOP. I'm not going to do the whole.
I might do it. I might be down.
You just want that 4 a.m. call? You want me to send you a text? You up? Question mark?
Yeah. Call me for IHOP.
That never ends up good. The you up? You ever send that back in your day, Rick? You didn't even have cell phones when you were in college.
We didn't. We actually had to talk to people.
We have a 4-bet here from Doug. 4-bet to 2,500.
Richard lays it down. It's not a bluff. Nice play there by Doug.
Thanks, Dick. It was a bluff? See, I wasn't calling a jam.
Christopher Lee says, Brad, does Doug stake you? He does not. Actually, I prefer to not have any kind of staking deals for anything. Sometimes for tournaments, there's been like 2 times for cash games when I played on the stream here. One was for 25-50 or 50-100, and then the other time was when I played 100-200. But the last several stream sessions, I've just been on my own, and those are pretty high stakes.
Brad, Ben will see you go for a WPT bracelet. I don't know if those exist. WPT's has got some massive trophies, but WSOP, where you can find the bracelets.
I got 15th in the $1,100 WPT event recently. There's 585 people, somewhere in that range. So that was a pretty good tournament run for me. Yeah, and then I played the WPT main and made day 2. I think there were 700 or 800 people, and I busted out around 190th, and 99 made the money. So didn't quite make it into the money in that one. But I'm going to be playing.
You can always invite Van Patten to be in the bunker with Skull and I
could, yeah. I saw him. He came to the meetup game that I did, the most recent one that I did.
He's a former professional tennis player. I got the tennis hookup in town. For him and Antonius. Antonius is a big tennis player as well.
He is, yeah.
800 is the wager from Panther Sam here. Gutter ball. Also has the queen or an 8, so he's going to take a double gutter.
I think no limit's going the best for me so far.
And Panther Sam gets there straight on the turn.
Hard to say.
Richard here still open-ended. Panther Sam could do no wrong. Pot's at 3K. What is he going to make this here? Goes for 1,800. Wants to keep Richard involved. And for 1,800, I think Richard's going to make this call and try and bink an ace or a 9 on the river.
Except one time I failed because you got stuck so much.
All right, players. We're looking at 300.
That only happens once every few years.
Does indeed make the call, right? Or still thinking it over. Now reaching for calling chips. So here we go. Ace or a 9 is what we need for Camp Richard. Instead, it's the deuce of diamonds.
I don't know the exact thing. It was around something like that, yeah. He was getting amped up. Trying to spin it up.
Panther Sam trying to figure out what type of sizing will get called here. I think he's going to go for like 3,000, 2.8, something like that. Reaching for more, going larger.
Looks like 4.6. 4.7, yeah.
Targeting a king, it seems like.
Matthew Ori says, how did Slick Rick and Skull Mike do in the tournament series? You guys both got on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, I played in the, how many tournaments did I play in? Played in 2, right, Rick?
Yeah, and I played in 2.
I played in the 1600 Mystery Bounty. Finished 29. Little disappointed because I was one of the chip leaders. Didn't pull the 100K bounty. That was annoying too, but it's all right. I had some fun. Been playing well in tournaments, cashing almost every tournament that I enter, but just not closing the door. But we're inching closer and closer every time.
And I entered the tag team event with Scotland, finished 7th from the money, and finished 15th in the freeze-out event the other night. So there you go.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good. I enjoyed the lodge. It's electric in this room. Has been for the last 2 weeks. Always fun in the lodge, but on these big series tournament, you know, so many people from all over the world. It's a lot of fun.
Rick, would you say you're a better cash game player or tournament player?
I think cash game. I don't have the patience for tournaments. I'll do well and then boop, make a mistake.
But you have patience to sit here in the bunker for 6 hours every stream, but you can't play a tournament?
Yeah.
Makes 0 sense.
No, it doesn't. Bunker, I'm doing something different, and I'm not having to look down at Jack 4 every time for 2 hours.
You're not looking down at 8-5 or King Jack for a couple hours?
No. There's always some good hands.
What about you, Mike? You're always in the cash game streets, but you fire in some tournaments as well?
Yeah, I think I can play both quite well.
Of course.
Sorry. Humble brag. But I prefer the cash over the tournaments. But I like mixing it up and, you know, changing gears from time to time. But cash is preferred. It's pretty hard in tournaments just to stay focused for days upon days, hours upon hours. You know, each flight could be, you know, 10, 11 hours late into day 2s, playing in the early mornings. For a cash session, you just come, play for a couple hours. When you're feeling fresh, your mind's sharp, you pick up a couple hundred or a couple thousand in the streets, then go home and have a steak dinner. Easy peasy. Harder to do on the tournament side, but still nothing like taking down a tournament and winning all that cash, defeating all your opponents. That's something you can't do in the cash side.
I tell you what I do like. I do like for the tournaments, I like freeze-outs as opposed to the rebuy events.
I like freeze-outs too. More pure. Keeps you in line too. You don't want to be spraying, firing 6, 7, 8 different bullets.
I don't know why. For some reason, I tend to do better in freeze-out formats.
Hand 110.
Wow.
2,500.
We are 1 minute away. Actually, we're going to announce it right now. The first ever MVC award, most valuable chatter of the stream.
Do we have a team huddle? Do we have a team huddle?
Okay.
Do you think it's that person? Do you agree? Should it be that person,
no,
Brad?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we could have the first most valuable chatter unless we gave it to the one and only Yoda of Chatsville. Sharon Barth, you are the inaugural most valuable chatter. Congratulations. Take a bow. You do not win a prize. You just win the appreciation from the fine people of Chatsville.
Say a couple words, though. Let us know who you want to thank.
Yes. Do your acceptance speech, Sharon.
Getting, like, losing huge.
The Yoda of Chatsville, the inaugural Most Valuable Chatter Award.
Promotional stuff.
Nines for Ethan here. Makes it 300 to go. Doug, gonna give him action with the old classic 7-4 offsuit.
Especially because it was like right off the bat, right?
And here's a set for Ethan. Just what the doctor ordered, praying that Doug is holding an ace, but it's 7-4 offsuit.
Well, I had
Yoda of Chatsville. I'd like to thank you, and most especially you.
That's a good answer there.
Sharon knows everything about every stream we've ever done. Couldn't think of a greater person. Yes, she's a moderator, folks, and yes, we will have other awards, but this first one goes to the one who loves the stream, I think, the most. A lot of people love this stream, but I don't think anybody loves it more than the Yoda of Chatsville. So there you go, Sharon. Congratulations.
that was with the clubs chance. It was versus you. It was like clubs, clubs, clubs. Remember that? I had kings, you had jack, nine suited.
Oh, yeah. I flop the flush draw and turn the flush. You turn the flush, you go too.
600.
Turn the flush.
Turn the flush, you go.
You never complained about that bad, Ron.
Nah. So I was running bad actually on that session.
Oh, you
That's
were?
The only hand.
Okay.
That's the only hand I got lucky.
The only time.
It was just that one hand. What about all those sets? What about all those sets you fought first me and the quads and all that? Was that lucky or no?
Ethan even flopped the set on that last hand, talking about how he never gets lucky. Just flopped the set against Doug on the last hand. These are the instructions on how to play on stream, folks. Follow the instructions. Let's have a conversation. Come on down to the lodge. Play on stream.
People were showing up at the door.
Yeah.
There was like a line.
500.
It's great. It's great. Good for business.
If I owned my own card room, I definitely, I guess I wouldn't be trying my hardest to win.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Slicer and Jake heads up to a flop.
And I don't want to.
Queen 9-4, couple hearts.
I'm not a pro poker.
Straight draw for Slicer. He's still in the lead.
550.
I also want some hands that are either like, good
Slicer
combo.
makes the bet. Jake folds.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I would say, like, if I were in your spot, any questionable situation, I would go for it. Yeah. Anything that's close, I'm doing it.
yeah. It doesn't have to change too much.
Taking a chance.
200.
The most important thing too is like when you win to be like really.
Has there been a time
just when you action? Like I love people flip at the end for like stacks of orange. You know what I'm saying?
I've seen some
Just one.
And when you lose, just be like graceful about it.
Good job, buddy.
I really try to like even if when I days where I get really relaxed.
It's probably gonna fold like
I try to just be like.
Doug's got Motown, raising it up on the button.
Be there and be a good part of the table no matter what.
600 here. Attacking these straddles.
I'm still humming. It's his book.
Hashtag.
21, 25.
Looks like Doug's considering doing something a little wild here.
No, not anymore.
No.
Sounds like a fold. Sounds like you're folding.
I wanted to.
Should have. I had a 5.
I had a 5 as well.
Final call David for 1 3 no limit. Final call David.
Watch the stream later. You'll find out.
For 1 3 no limit.
J.A. Nice life.
Jake talking smack.
When you play a stream game, it's like, oh, there's no reason to like this on the camera. But if it's against you, it's like, you're not going to watch it. You just never know what I had.
All right, I'm gonna watch one more. Where are we at in the stream?
You're gonna start asking you, what did he have then? So,
What are friends are for unless you could just needle them non-stop?
It was fun to play with them in the mixed game last night. That's the first time I played with both of them at the same table. And they get after it with each other.
Oh, yeah.
1999 from Kylie. $5 footlong sandwiches for Rick and Skull. Thanks for keeping me company during peak hour Austin traffic.
Kylie, thank you so much. Very generous, and drive safe in that traffic. Austin traffic is no joke.
It's okay, Kylie. I don't need a sandwich.
We don't need a Subway, though.
Yeah, Subway sucks. Hoodies is good. Unless Subway decides to sponsor, then we'll.
When you do the
Well, Brad and I owe
makes it so people don't know
Rick a sandwich.
Yes.
Mariano 3 bets to 3K. Ace Queen here versus suited Ace Jack for Jake.
that side.
So could have a queen in the window. Jack right behind it. Trouble for Jake. No hearts on this board either. Drawing very, very thin. 2 outs, but only 1 Jack remains.
Uh-oh.
Mariano also holding the ace of clubs, a crucial card here. He feels pretty confident about his holdings. And Jake's going to make the call, dig himself a deeper hole, pot over 10,000.
No, I'm just this today. I don't know if I
Seven of hearts.
I only played that one time I played with you.
I think Mariano's going to make this pretty close to 5,000.
I took an edible. I told you I would.
Oh,
That's the only time I played.
Is that the one?
Try and go for it all here on the river.
More of a
What is he targeting? Somewhere along the jacks, the flush draw with the clubs, maybe a king-queen. You got all those beat.
Well, it's a 3-bet pot with the ace and queen of clubs accounted for, so I don't think that he's going to imagine that he's up against the flush draw quite as often as if he didn't have the ace of clubs.
Correct. Goes for 3.5.
Thanks, John Gordon, for that super chat. Really appreciate it. Jake now with the decision. He's dead to the jack of spades.
The first couple times I did it, I remember we talked about it, like you got paranoid, you hated it. That's how I was, and then I just kind of like leaned into it.
And he's going to get away right here. Nice fold. Looks like Jake's sending those cards to the bottom. That was like 53% full, but now reaching for chips. So not able to get away yet. Drawing to one out from outer space. Will it happen? Not tonight. Stack to pot ratio 1-to-1 for Jake. Will Mariano rip it? Downsizes there on the turn 3.5. Will he make this somewhere along the lines of half pot where Jake can't even really get away? You saw Jake was in distress there on the turn. Will Mariano pick up on that? Wants to get maximum value. Unlikely that a jam gets called. But he goes for it all. He's going to take his best shot. He's stuck. He's got some money to make up. Jake not holding any clubs, so maybe Mariano is doing this with the bluff with 2 clubs of his own. Much rather have a club in his hand as Jake, but Jake just with 1 pair of jacks, ace kicker, reaching for calling chips. Close your eyes, Brad Owen.
This hurts to watch. Let it go, Jake. Let it go. You know, I think that Mariano's image helps a lot here. He has the image of someone who's not winning. So I think that is perhaps something that Jake might be considering.
Perhaps Mariano got word that Jake likes to punt stacks with ace high, like the first hand of the stream. Now he's got a pair.
I do have 10% of Jake if you're just joining us.
Lays it
He
down.
lays it down.
Nice.
Good fold. Kylie Gallegos, $9.99 super chat, said, "Sorry, Brad. Thank you too." So she didn't forget you.
Good.
John Gordon, that super chat was very much thankful, and he wants to play in 2 weeks, Skull. Not a bad way to go about it, but that's not how you do it. Get in touch with Skull Mike.
Yeah.
It doesn't count against you if you gave a super chat, but it doesn't guarantee you either.
Yeah, shoot me a message, John. But the lineups are filling fast. We have some openings in, it's probably going to be about 3-4 weeks out at a minimum.
Mitch Heck, the deli man, is in the chat. Hello, Mitch Heck. His constant quest for pastrami sandwiches. Here comes a big raise.
Queens. And Efan's going to make the call with his 4s. I get this sick feeling in my stomach. Nah, it's not happening. Nah. Efan can't flop another set. He already used this one time. It's not going to happen. But Pierre has this look in his eye, and he's stuck heaps. He's going to fire in a healthy raise. From early position, a suited ace, ace deuce. A very large raise from Pierre here. 3,300. Not going to get past Mr. Polk. Will the 4-bet come in? I imagine we will 4-bet this to somewhere along the lines of about 8,000.
Final call, John W. for 1-3 no limit. Final call, John W. for 1-3 no limit.
7,500 is the raise from Doug.
Not what Pierre wanted to see. He's going to show the deuce and lay it
Looks
down.
like the ace was exposed accidentally. Pierre trying to make something happen today, and he just can't do it.
There you go. Cumulative winnings so far. Panther Sam up 18,700. Doug Polk up 14.6. Slicer also up 14. Jake is down 3,900, and throwing the party right now is Pier.
400 is
down 39,500. That's a wedding for about 200, including an open bar.
That's how much a wedding costs?
Can't help yourself.
Yeah, your wedding, you better start saving, Skull Mike. You and Nina. Unless you have your wedding at the lodge.
Fun fact, my wedding is 1 year away from tomorrow.
Wow. Congratulations on your
Growing up.
Are you gonna
negative
miss-
one anniversary.
Growing up, yes.
You still going to be able to make the stream?
Wedding's on a Sunday, Rick. Don't have to worry about it.
Nice. Slick Rick is a groomsman.
I didn't even know you were getting an invitation. But Brad, are you available that day?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I'll be there.
Cody Cleveland with $10 super chat. Have any plans to come to the East Coast, Brad?
Likely going to be going out to Tampa, but no plans to go to the Northeast. We'll be going out to Tampa with World Poker Tour. Not set in stone yet, but it's kind of the tentative plan, I suppose.
Is that Hard Rock?
Yeah, Hard Rock, Tampa.
Yeah, I like
I've been
it.
out there
I
before.
like
You
that
been out
room.
there?
Uh-huh.
It's a cool room.
Yeah. Go down the escalator.
It used to be down the escalator. That's the old room. I think they've changed
I
it.
don't know if I've been to the new one in Tampa then.
When I went, it was down the escalator as well. But someone told me that it's somewhere else.
John Gordon, thanks again for another super chat.
If you guys are going to watch the basketball game tonight, let us know who you think is going to win. Press 1 for the Warriors, and don't worry about the other option.
We are in Texas.
Press 2 for the Mavs.
So funny. I'll tell you a story. When I used to work for the Spurs, 2000 to 2003, I was employed by the San Antonio Spurs. And we used to package tickets. If you wanted to see the Bulls, which obviously back then, Michael Jordan, right? You had to buy 5 other games. We'd call them loser games. Always Golden State was in that package back in the day. They were horrible back in the day.
Yeah, I didn't even know we had a basketball team in the Bay Area until I was like 12.
I mean, it was hard to watch, but now obviously things have changed.
Throw 100 into a PLO game. Fight broke out, and if it counts for the people about raises or not.
Now the Spurs would get packaged in those loser games.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough to be good for 30 years in a row. Spurs, one of those teams that went on a 30-year run.
Should be dead, right? I think it should be dead-free live post. I'll go with dead-free live post.
I like it better.
King 7-6, Skittles.
Rick, what years were you with the Spurs?
I was with the Spurs 2000 to 2003, so I got a championship ring in 2003 when they beat the Pistons. And then I was with the vice president of the D-League team, the Austin Toros, which became the Austin Spurs, their D-League team, so for 2 years. So,
Did you pawn off your championship ring for an entry into the freeze out?
no, I'll have to bring it and show you one day. Yeah, some of those guys who were with the Spurs for a long time, the Spurs gives every employee a ring, depending on how long you've been there. 5 years or more, you got the player's ring.
So it's a bad beat for somebody there, 4 years and 10 months.
Yeah, I didn't get the player's ring. But not too shabby when the Spurs are winning multiple championships.
And you're on a long losing stretch, it just feels like nothing.
Folks, we are in overtime right now because you guys got us there.
It's just every single move works.
We thank you for hitting that like button. And the Chickadees, again, it's the hand of the stream today. Shocker that since we have Brad in the booth with us.
Sam's been putting together a nice little session.
Yeah, really avoiding the tough spots.
He got paid with the ace-10 when he flopped top 2 pair.
And I misspoke. It wasn't the Bulls. It was Washington when he was with the
Wizards.
When Jordan was with the Wizards is when I was talking about. I misspoke. It was not the Bulls. It was when he was with the Wizards.
Upsetting these NBA fans.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one year, you know, people would spend a lot of money for the one game because the Spurs hosted the Wizards once a year, right? And he was injured when he came through San Antonio. And oh, did the phone calls I received. The only reason I bought the six package tickets was to see Jordan. I said, what can I tell you? He's hurt. They were pissed.
Yeah, that's rough. Mariano with the overs, the ace of spades. And now Richard connects with the 9 on the turn, vaults to the lead. Not a bad session for Richard.
There should have been like 4 or 5.
He's avoided disaster, having a good time, it seems, playing with some of the game's best.
John, thank you for that comment, and no worries, Mike. I appreciate you letting me know that I made that error and saying it was the Bulls and not.
Because there was a giveaway, like every ace there was one player give like $100 to the chat. Boston Union. That's why,
Dug up 17,000. He's only 8K away from getting unstuck at the lodge now. He said that was going to be his year-long goal when he was stuck maybe around 200K. But
we're not even halfway through the year.
That's right.
He's on his way back. Not too shabby for Mr. Polk.
Got about 3 more hands, folks.
Did we go through the full lineup for tomorrow's game, Mike?
We went through quite a bit of it.
Keep some of it a mystery, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I gave you.
We got Foxen in there.
We got Foxen in there.
That's all you need to know.
You had me at Foxen.
Yeah.
I'm going to be watching. It'll be really cool to see Foxen play.
We got to get Doug in there, too.
I agree. Mariano's going to be in there.
John Gordon, thanks again for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
John Gordon quickly trying to put in a late rush for the MVC.
I could,
but you don't.
We appreciate it.
He hired gun.
I remember you on off clubs, but it never worked.
9-0 says watching from Halifax, Nova Scotia.
It's a place I want to get to. I got a good buddy who lives in Halifax, actually. Not the easiest place to get to from Austin, Texas.
There was no red.
I need Jake to win a big pot. Get out of the hole. You know, I'm down $300 from this 10% of Jake at the moment. So if he can defend here or put in a 3-bet, that'd be great.
All right, so you either had red or black. One of the
Well, we're going to eventually see
someone's right.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. 3-ball. One time.
I can say what I have.
Top pair for Panther Sam. Not the flop that Brad or Jake was looking for. Although you're really not going to like any flop with threes unless there's a 3 on there.
I had 2 black, I had Jack 7.
Jay Young is watching from Hanoi, Vietnam.
Growing rapidly over there in Vietnam.
63%.
I think I saw a Slicky Ricardo bobblehead on the corner.
And I narrowed it down. To queen or a jack.
Wait. Was it 463 or did you update 263 after you heard 7?
No, I was a lot more.
Started like 95.
I'm so bad at these props.
I wonder if it's morning time in Vietnam.
I narrowed it down to queen or a jack, though.
We could say, good morning, Vietnam.
That was terrible.
On these 2 guys
Crickets.
that you had a red card.
Okay, but
2 hands left, guys. 2 hands on screen left.
so you know.
I knew what you were doing there.
With the Robin Williams?
Yes.
You were building it up, and then you just you flopped. If you're gonna do it, you need to be all in. You go home and practice for tomorrow.
No.
Never again.
I'll give that one up. Here comes a raise from Pier. Pier trying to get out of the hole that he's in.
Both said red.
But he's the one that looked at his cards.
Oh,
This is the prop.
He knows better.
Did we already miss it? We might have already
I
missed
think
it.
this is it.
Yeah, but we had to look at Pierre's cards.
If they were red or black.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah,
We can't even settle the bet. Oh, yeah, but I thought that's what they're arguing. Is sometimes it's wrong.
You already took my money. Right. Like, we didn't even put it aside. He's
Okay,
just like, put it
whatever the
inside.
graphics say just wins.
I don't want to buy out.
Graphics play even if they're wrong.
Jake's the only player with a diamond
Looked like a red jack or queen to me.
and a pair.
There's a red card I went with.
I like how you give it on what Jake said.
Sometimes the color is just.
And now none of us want to bet. None of us want to bet. We abandoned Doug.
Pair of 4s for Jake, way in the lead.
But when Spicer said he said it, and well, the thing is, if 2 guys say it's our red card,
No. Some of them when you flush it, you see red, but it's black. It happened multiple times.
so you really just think it's black.
Yeah. It's definitely black.
Will you give me some odds?
I would say 90% is
All right,
black.
if you give me 5 to 1, I'll give you some odds. So I bet 100.
I don't want to bet because this is I probably.
These guys are in ultimate degen mode right now, betting on like red or black,
Sure, I'm gonna give you,
holdings,
If it's
flops.
red, you owe me 500, and here's 600. All right, can I get some better odds now?
Just crossed over 64,000 subs, folks. If you're not a subscriber, hop onto the train. Welcome to the party.
We have been drinking.
All I'm saying is
It looked like a jack or
Jake
queen.
coming in with a check raise.
all I'm saying is if you're wrong,
A large one.
He's got blockers to the straight.
Yeah, but before
Also
he
has
said what card it was, I said it looked like a red jack or queen. And
the
then
diamond
he
draw.
And he's got a good read too. Pierre with nothing.
But I'm still not gonna bet it though. That's
And that raise will take it down.
here, can I get 6 to 1?
All right, there we go, Jake.
So another bet?
How do you not know? First of all, how do you not know? Like, you
Jack
didn't know
of
that.
spades and queen.
I believe this will be the final hand of the stream, if I'm not mistaken.
When he said 2 players, it was 2 players, Jack 7. Because there was a 7 on the flop. 7 hard on the flop.
Yeah, you can't even remember.
Who's 100 is this is the 100 spot. Are you double?
Set a timer for like 25 minutes.
I'm gonna go tell the bunker in the back to tell us the transfer.
About 7.
Thanks, John Gordon, for another super chat. Appreciate it.
5 to 1.
I can't. I'm honestly like.
Hopefully John Gordon didn't mean the super chat once and pressed the button too many times. With a different dollar amount.
They are different dollars.
Another 100? You get another 100?
You should never lose this bet.
John Gordon's my
It's like
vote.
when someone's like, I can dunk a basketball.
MVC.
And you,
Well, he wants to be on the stream.
I could lose.
Can you scan your card? Thank you.
5 to 1?
No, don't put more money. I'll take a lot. I don't want to be responsible.
He's king for Panther Sam.
All right, that action's lined up pretty quick.
yeah, everyone's second guessing.
It's going to buy out.
You want to buy out?
2,500.
Wow, how did it turn the table?
Yeah, even if it was my hand, I'll give you the pink one.
All right, fine. I'll take even money.
No, I already got you money.
Yeah, you got it in good.
I remember I had
Mariano 3-bet to 2,500 with K9 Wolf.
Dominated and crushed the Panther Sam's big slick. Just selects the flat here in position. Would have considered a 4-bet there in position, but
Here, you can't lose this bet.
Queen
We're
Jack
betting
6,
on your
couple
hand
clubs.
that you saw.
You'll see.
Straight draw for Mariano.
10 would be a lot of trouble for Mariano.
ace of clubs for Panther Sam for the price of $1,500. Drawing to the nuts with the 10 peels. He's not going anywhere. Makes the call.
See Mariano dead to the 9 of clubs.
That's like perfect.
It's the first two that just get me.
That's perfect. Yeah. Just get
Now
there
I
and
can
then ride
think
it
all
out.
night, basically. Not really.
Now aces for Panther.
So no 5 to 1. That's not a thing.
I honestly almost want to buy that.
Next time if it's happened to me,
All right, I'll tell you what.
I'll go with a 10 to 1.
He wants
Arb
to buy,
this. Doug, arb this.
he wants to buy out. So if you pay me back 200, our bet's done. He wants to buy out.
Big bet here
I'm not buying out.
for Mariano.
No, I'm not buying
So
that.
he's got it 1 to 1.
He
2,800.
got 1 to 1, but then like
Yeah, not that huge. 2,800 into 8.3.
he took up all the 1 to 1 action. There was no more.
Actually,
The order
give me
book
1
went
to
up to 4 to 1.
What?
1 to 1
Do you want to buy out for 200?
Don't think Panther's going to raise here. I think he'll just elect on
I'll tell you
call.
what. I'll let you bet
There's
more,
the call.
but I get 3 to 1. So
Mariano
right now,
looking for a chop now. There's a queen.
right now you have 100 of mine.
Yeah, 3 to 1, but
3
200.
to 1. Okay, so now you're going to be 2 to back, and then also 700. Okay.
What? 3 to 1, right?
Oh, you're buying out? No.
So 6,000.
So it's my 200 to your 700 overall.
Alright, let's do this.
Can I just do 3.5 to 1? All right, look, you're 100.
We do even money.
Not sure if Mariano checked his option or not, if anybody picked up on that.
He checked.
Yeah.
And Doug, I don't think you're right on the action. You got 4 to 1 and then 3 to 1.
Panther Sam's going to go for some value, and Mariano's not going to be able to do anything here with king high.
Oh, I thought you
Lays it on down.
And that's going to do it. We're going to see some stats. Brad and Skull, your final thoughts, starting with you, Brad. Your final thoughts on this great stream as we see the VPIPs and other stats.
Yeah, that was really exciting. We saw a lot of huge pots. We saw some huge bluffs, some all-ins. So, yeah, I am pleasantly surprised. Not, I just had a good time, I suppose.
42,000 stuck for Pierre. Panther Sam, the big winner, 26.3. Nice showing by Doug.
7 of hearts was on the fall.
Slicer winning 13.5. Everybody else just kind of treading lightly. Come on down to the lodge, folks. Get on in on the main event for the LCS. $2 million guaranteed prize pool. These are the instructions to get on stream. And don't forget about tomorrow. I am not bullshitting. I am not lying. Tomorrow is going to be another fantastic stream. So you know where to find us. Right here at the Lodge Live, and I'll see you tomorrow, chat.
Yeah, for Maestro Matt Sweeney, who punches all the buttons, for Kim and everyone who helped in the action tracker. Thank you, Brad Owen, for sitting in the bunker, and my partner, Skull Mike. I'm Slick Rick. We'll see you in 20 hours on the Lodge Live.